Welcome back. This is Midnight Crime. If you enjoy falling asleep to these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe. And before we begin, what time is it where you are, and where are you listening from tonight? Alright, let's head straight into our first story. Case 1. She returned home to find a Polaroid lying on her couch. It was a picture of herself, asleep, with her bedroom window slightly open behind her. She didn't remember anyone taking it, and no one had keys to her apartment. She set the Polaroid on the edge of the coffee table and ran her fingers over its glossy surface, noting the faint smudge at the corner where it had been handled. The smell of her apartment, laundry detergent, faint coffee, the lingering scent of rain on the balcony, felt suddenly sharper, more insistent, as if it were trying to tell her something. She glanced toward the window. The latch was tightly closed now, though the curtains still moved gently in the evening breeze. Nothing outside seemed unusual. The streetlights flickered, a car passed slowly, tires humming on wet asphalt. She moved through the apartment methodically, opening doors and closets, checking drawers and cabinets. Each surface bore the quiet evidence of her life. A stack of unopened mail, the mug she always left on the counter, the book she had been reading on the sofa. Nothing seemed displaced. Still, the Polaroid weighed on her mind. She considered the possibility of a memory lapse, but the sensation of being watched prickled at the back of her neck. Her phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. She picked it up and scrolled through the notifications, emails, messages, reminders, but nothing alarming. Still, the unease persisted. She returned to the couch and picked up the Polaroid again, turning it over in her hands. On the back, in faint pencil, someone had scrawled the date, a few nights ago. That was the night she remembered going straight to bed, locking the door, and drawing the curtains tightly. She decided to retrace her steps from that evening. She walked into the bedroom and examined the window closely. The frame was intact, no scratches or fingerprints visible, but a thin line of condensation had formed along the edges where the glass met the wood. She pressed her fingertip lightly against it, leaving a small smudge. Outside, the balcony rail was damp, and a single leaf had been blown against it. She crouched to inspect the gap between the window and the sill. There was nothing obvious, but a faint scuff on the paint caught her attention, barely noticeable, as if something had brushed against it. Her gaze drifted around the room. The bedspread, slightly rumpled, suggested she had indeed slept there, alone. The lamp on the bedside table reflected off the glossy surface of the Polaroid she had returned to the couch. Something about the way the light glinted made her look more closely at the photo itself. In the background, near the edge of the frame, a shadowed shape seemed to linger just outside the window. Indistinct, easily dismissed, but undeniably present. She set the Polaroid down again, this time next to her laptop. She opened the camera roll, scrolling through the pictures she had taken over the past week. Nothing unusual appeared, yet the memory of that night felt fractured, as if the images on her devices were fragments of a puzzle she could not yet complete. The apartment seemed quieter now. Even the hum of the refrigerator sounded sharper, the ticking of the wall clock more deliberate. She walked toward the door to double-check the locks. The keys were in the bowl by the entryway, the deadbolt secure. But the sensation of eyes on her lingered, unshakable. She paused at the threshold, hand on the doorknob, and glanced once more toward the living room. The Polaroid remained where she had left it, innocuous and still. But something in its stillness felt deliberate, almost intentional, as if it were waiting for her to notice the detail she had missed. A soft creak came from the hallway outside her apartment. She froze, straining to listen. Footsteps, faint and tentative, moved past her door, then silence. The hairs on her arms stood on end. She turned the knob slowly and peeked into the corridor. Empty. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered briefly, then stabilized. Returning to the couch, she picked up the Polaroid again, examining it under the warm lamplight. This time, she noticed a faint reflection along the edge of the window behind her in the photo. A glint, metallic and small, something she hadn't seen before. She reached out for her phone to take a closer picture, hoping to zoom in without disturbing whatever evidence might remain. As she leaned forward, she caught the scent of something unusual, a trace of damp earth, faint and sharp, coming from the direction of the balcony. Her pulse quickened. She opened the sliding door carefully. The rain from earlier had left shallow puddles along the concrete floor. Among them, she spotted something small and dark, partially hidden near the corner. A scrap of paper, folded tightly, its edges frayed. She picked it up with trembling fingers. It was blank, or appeared to be at first. Holding it up to the light, she discerned a faint impression of writing, barely visible. She pressed gently with her fingertip, revealing a series of numbers. A phone number, perhaps, or a date. She wasn't sure. The sound of distant traffic, the occasional drip from the balcony awning, and the soft hum of her refrigerator filled the space as she stood frozen, the paper clutched in her hand. Outside, the street remained ordinary, unremarkable. Inside, her apartment felt suddenly larger, hollow in all the wrong places. And somewhere in the quiet, the Polaroid waited. She folded the scrap of paper carefully and slipped it into her pocket, the dampness of the balcony still clinging faintly to her fingertips. Leaving the door open behind her, she stepped down the narrow stairwell that led to the lobby. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly above, and the faint smell of damp concrete and cleaning solution clung to the air. The doorman was at his desk, eyes on the security monitors, absorbed in the slow scroll of recorded footage. She paused, hesitating. "Could I see the footage from the last few nights?" she asked, her voice quiet, almost a whisper. The doorman glanced up, mildly surprised. "Depends on what you're looking for," he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I can pull a segment, but only the common areas and lobby cameras. Nothing inside apartments." That was fine, she thought. Anything might help. Back in the small security office, she watched the grainy images flicker on the monitor. The lobby looked ordinary. Residents passing through, mail carts wheeling along, the janitor mopping in slow circles. At first, nothing seemed out of place. But as she replayed the footage, she noticed a reflection in the glass doors, something outside, moving slowly in the shadows. It wasn't clear, just a flicker, a shape that lingered briefly near her floor's windows, then vanished before the camera could catch more. She left the building and wandered the streets slowly, her steps careful, almost ceremonial. Rain had left the asphalt slick, reflecting the neon signs of a nearby convenience store and the warm glow of street lamps. A faint smell of wet leaves mixed with exhaust fumes. She ducked into a small cafe, the kind with narrow tables and low-hanging lamps that made the wooden surfaces gleam. The barista, a young man with inked arms and a slow smile, handed her a cup of black coffee. Steam rose in curling wisps, carrying the faint scent of cinnamon from a nearby pastry display. She sipped slowly, letting the warmth settle, and pulled the Polaroid from her bag. She showed it to him almost reflexively. "Do you ever see anything strange outside at night?" "Around here." He studied the photo, tilting his head. "You live around here?" "Yes," she said, keeping her voice low. He shrugged. "People walk past at night. Sometimes someone leans out a window." Nothing unusual, really. But this part of town gets quiet. Quiet enough that someone could linger without being noticed. Quiet enough. The words settled over her, heavy and insistent. Finishing her coffee, she stepped back into the drizzle, following instinct rather than a plan. She passed an old laundromat with its machines whirring behind foggy windows. Inside, a faint blue light pulsed from a coin-operated dryer. She stopped and pressed her palm against the glass, noting the condensation and the streaks left by previous customers. Something small and metallic glinted on the floor near the entrance. She reached down carefully. A tiny screw, rusted along the edges, no obvious origin. She slipped it into a napkin and continued, wandering toward a row of narrow alleyways behind the apartment blocks. The alley smelled of damp brick, wet trash, and a faint trace of something chemical she couldn't identify. She noticed a door, slightly ajar, the paint peeling, hinges creaking when the wind nudged it. She crouched, peering inside. It was empty, filled with stacked crates and discarded packaging, but on the far wall, a single strip of masking tape stuck to the surface, curled at the edges. On it, a smudge, faint and reddish, almost imperceptible. Her fingers lingered over it briefly, reluctant to touch, and she backed away slowly, heart pacing in her chest. Outside, the alley was silent except for the drip of water from a fire escape above and the distant hum of traffic. She decided to return home, moving through the streets with a heightened awareness of shadows, the flicker of movement in reflective windows, the pattern of streetlights casting intermittent pools of brightness. Back in her apartment, she laid out the Polaroid, the damp scrap of paper, and the tiny screw on the kitchen counter. Each object seemed mundane on its own, but together they felt deliberate, connected in a way she couldn't yet name. A knock at the door startled her. She froze. No one should be there. Quietly, she stepped to the peephole. The hallway was empty. Only the flicker of the overhead light moved slightly, as if the shadows themselves had shifted. She exhaled slowly, returning to her counter. The small collection of clues, photo, paper, screw, stared back at her in silence. Each one carried its own whisper of intent, and somewhere beyond the walls of her apartment, she felt certain someone was watching, waiting for her next move. The sense of quiet calculation pressed against her mind as she considered her next steps. Nothing was obvious. Nothing was immediate. But in the steady drip of rain from the balcony, the soft hum of electricity, the faint reflection of streetlights on the window, she sensed a trail, small, nearly invisible, but undeniably there. She spent the night trying to make sense of the scattered items on the counter. The Polaroid, the damp paper, the tiny screw, they were small enough to dismiss at first glance, but her mind kept circling back to them, each detail pulling at a thread she couldn't yet see. The rain had stopped outside, leaving the streets glossy and reflective, and the occasional car hummed past, tires splashing through shallow puddles. By morning, she decided to step outside deliberately, to see her neighborhood through a sharper lens. She walked along the sidewalk, her shoes making soft taps against the wet pavement. The air carried a faint metallic tang from the puddles, mixed with the warmth of freshly brewed bread from a bakery around the corner. She paused at a small park tucked between two apartment blocks. The grass was soaked, the benches darkened by rain, and the swings creaked slowly in the breeze. Something caught her eye. Near the edge of the sandbox, a scrap of torn paper had been partially buried in the mud. She picked it up carefully. It was a receipt from a convenience store, time-stamped 2 nights ago, the same night marked on the Polaroid. Curious, she retraced her steps toward the store. The bell above the door jingled softly as she entered. Inside, the air was warm, faintly sweet with the smell of packaged snacks. She asked the clerk about the receipt. He flipped through the register quickly, his fingers brushing over the keys. Yeah, that's from 2 nights ago. Paid cash. Can't really tell who. Sorry. She nodded, tucking the receipt into her bag. Outside, she lingered on the curb, observing the street. The apartment block she lived in rose a few meters ahead, windows glinting in the soft morning light. A delivery van rumbled past, tires hissing along the wet asphalt. As she turned to leave, her attention caught on the narrow alleyway beside a laundromat she'd walked past the evening before. Something glinted faintly on the brick wall, almost hidden in the shadow of a fire escape. She approached cautiously. It was a tiny nail, stuck at an odd angle, and a faint smudge of dark residue marked the bricks around it. She pressed a finger against the smudge. It left a barely visible streak. The alley stretched beyond, empty and silent except for the occasional drip from a rusted gutter. A row of bicycles leaned against one wall, tires flattened from long disuse. She stepped carefully, noting footprints in the wet dirt, small, slightly irregular, heading toward a narrow service door at the back of a cafe. She crouched to look through the cracked window pane. Inside, the cafe kitchen was empty, pots stacked along the sink, the faint scent of burnt toast lingering. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the footprints stopped abruptly at the threshold. She moved back to the street, her pace slower, more deliberate, letting her senses take in the neighborhood. She noticed a flicker of movement in a second-story window across the street. A shadow shifted briefly, indistinct, then vanished. The building's facade was plain, the windows small and square. She couldn't tell if the movement had been real or her imagination playing tricks, but the unease settled deeper in her chest. Returning home, she examined the Polaroid again. Under the lamp's warm glow, she noticed something she hadn't before. The reflection in the bedroom window wasn't quite right. There was a slight distortion at the edge, as if someone, or something, had leaned against the glass just out of frame. She compared it with the photograph of her window from her phone camera. The reflection was not naturally produced by the room's lighting. She set the images side by side, her mind tracing connections she couldn't yet articulate. Each small clue, the screw, the scrap of paper, the footprints, the shadow, was like a quiet pulse in a larger pattern. She felt the tension of anticipation, a soft pressure that demanded attention. Outside, the city moved on in ordinary rhythm, oblivious to the quiet investigation unfolding in her apartment. She picked up the damp paper again, running her fingers over the faint impressions. The numbers were still there, subtle and deliberate. She realized she needed to find out if they led anywhere, but slowly, cautiously, she would trace the path, letting the pieces reveal themselves one by one. Somewhere in the ordinary, in the rhythm of streets, alleyways, and reflections, the next clue waited. She woke the next morning to a soft drizzle tapping against her window. The Polaroid lay on the counter where she had left it, edges curling slightly from the humidity. She brewed a cup of tea and carried it to the balcony, letting the warmth seep into her fingers as she surveyed the street below. The city moved with its usual quiet rhythm. A cyclist passed under the awning of a closed cafe. A delivery truck eased into a side street. Puddles reflected the gray sky in fractured mirrors. Drawn by a sense she couldn't name, she decided to walk through the neighborhood again, retracing steps from the previous day with more attention. She kept her eyes on details she might have missed. The slight unevenness in the sidewalk slabs, a scuff on a lamppost, the faint impression of mud along the edges of building entrances. Each anomaly felt like a breadcrumb. She stopped outside a small bookstore tucked between two apartment buildings. Its windows were fogged from the morning chill, titles stacked in orderly rows behind them. A narrow alley ran along the side, almost hidden from the street. On impulse, she stepped in. The alley smelled faintly of damp cardboard and paint, with the remnants of fallen leaves pressed against the walls. Halfway down, a crumpled paper cup rested against a drainpipe. She picked it up, noticing a thin streak of dark residue inside, almost imperceptible, as if something had dripped into it days ago. Further along, she found a small service door she hadn't noticed before. It was locked, but a tiny scratch along the frame suggested frequent handling. She pressed her ear against it. Nothing, just the faint echo of water dripping somewhere behind the wall. A subtle warmth seeped from the crack beneath the door, and the scent of something metallic lingered. She made a mental note to return at a different time, maybe when the light inside would reveal more. The quiet led her toward a small park she had passed by but never entered. The grass was slick with rain, benches darkened, and the mulch around the flower beds smelled faintly of decay. A discarded glove, pale and thin, lay partially hidden under a bush. She picked it up carefully, noting a faint reddish tinge along the seam. No obvious blood, just a stain that might have been overlooked. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the faint hum of distant traffic, punctuated by a lone crow in the trees. By mid-afternoon, she ducked into a laundromat she had walked past before. The machines whirred steadily, a steady mechanical rhythm. Inside, the air smelled of soap and damp fabric. On one of the folding tables, she noticed a small metal object, an unusual washer, slightly bent, tarnished. It could have fallen from a machine, she thought, or been placed there deliberately. She wrapped it in a napkin, along with the scrap of paper, the screw, and the glove, keeping them together for later. Walking home, she paused outside her building. Across the street, a window on the third floor of the neighboring block was open slightly. A sheer curtain quivered in the breeze. For a moment, she thought she saw a shadow move just beyond it. She blinked, and it was gone. Nothing in the street betrayed any sign of a person, just ordinary passage. A man wheeling a cart, a child with a parent, the faint echo of a dog barking somewhere beyond the blocks. Inside her apartment, she laid the collected items on the kitchen counter again. Each one seemed more deliberate now, part of a quiet pattern she couldn't yet articulate. She returned to the Polaroid, holding it up to the morning light filtering through the blinds. The reflection in the bedroom window was sharper than before. Along its edge, a thin line caught her attention, a faint streak, almost like the scrape of metal against glass. She traced it with her fingertip, careful not to disturb the image. Her phone buzzed softly. It was a message from a neighbor, a casual note about a package left in the lobby. She replied, then sat back, staring at the scattered clues. Outside, the rain had stopped. The streetlights reflected off the wet asphalt in fractured patterns, the ordinary world continuing in oblivious rhythm. She felt the tension in her chest, quiet and insistent, as if the next piece of the puzzle existed just beyond the edges of her perception, waiting in the overlooked corners, the service door, the alley, the faint shadows in windows, the subtle residue on objects that seemed mundane. Somewhere, quietly, deliberately, the trail continued. She decided to leave the apartment again before nightfall, carrying only a small notebook and a pen, the collection of clues tucked carefully in her bag. The streets were quieter now, the late afternoon light softened by thick clouds. Puddles reflected the dull shimmer of street lamps that had begun flickering on, though there was no real darkness yet, just a muted, gray calm. Her first stop was the small post office a few blocks over. Inside, the faint hum of fluorescent lights blended with the smell of paper and ink. She asked the clerk about any recent deliveries or packages for her building. The clerk hesitated, then checked a ledger. "Nothing unusual," he said, tapping a finger against a worn counter. "Except one package was held for pickup for a few days. Nobody came. Could be nothing, but it was addressed to your floor." Curiosity pricked at her. "Do you still have it?" He shook his head. "No, picked up yesterday. Signature required, and they provided one." He tapped the ledger again. The handwriting was illegible to her, loops and lines she could not decipher. She left, thinking about the package. If someone had it, had they also been watching? She walked slowly, letting her eyes drift to details she might have missed before. A drain pipe with a faint smear near the base, the way the ivy had grown around a balcony railing, the uneven tilt of a street sign. Her route carried her past a small, half-abandoned warehouse that had long been empty. The front doors were chained, but one side door had a thin sliver of light spilling from beneath it. She crouched, peering through a gap in the boards covering the window. Inside, the space was sparse, crates stacked in haphazard piles, a workbench pushed against one wall, faint scuff marks on the concrete floor. A single metal bucket caught the light, reflecting it in a dull gleam. She could not tell if the marks on the floor were recent or old, but the rhythm of the space felt deliberate, organized in a way that suggested human movement, careful and practiced. She stepped back, careful not to linger too long. The air outside was damp, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and something she couldn't place, a hint of iron, like metal left in water too long. She made a mental note to return another time, perhaps during daylight. Continuing along quieter streets, she noticed a small diner she had never entered. Its neon sign buzzed faintly, and the smell of fried bread and coffee drifted onto the sidewalk. Inside, the place was nearly empty. A man at the counter reading a newspaper, a waitress drying mugs behind the counter. She sat at a corner table and watched. The man shifted occasionally, glancing toward the window, though she couldn't tell if he noticed her. She ordered a simple coffee, black, and sipped slowly. Her eyes kept drifting to a corner near the kitchen door, where a narrow service hallway led to the back alley. The linoleum floor was scuffed, faint dark marks tracing along the edges, like small items had been dragged or dropped. She took out her notebook and sketched the faint pattern, careful not to draw attention. Finishing her coffee, she paid and stepped outside. Rain had begun again, light and fine, leaving the streets glossed and reflective. She pulled the collar of her jacket tight, scanning windows and alleyways as she walked home. At a cross street, she noticed a small cafe she had passed before but never entered. Through the steamed-up windows, a table by the back appeared cluttered with notebooks, papers, and an open laptop. A faint shadow moved behind the curtain, indistinct but deliberate. She paused for a long moment, then moved on, feeling the quiet weight of observation pressing at her shoulders. Back in her apartment, she laid the Polaroid, the scrap of paper, the tiny screw, the glove, and now the receipt from the park across the counter. Each item seemed more connected than before, though the pattern was still just out of reach. She stared at the scattered clues, noticing details she hadn't before. The slight curl of the Polaroid's edge, the dampness lingering on the paper, the faint tarnish along the screw. Outside, the city settled into evening, streetlights casting long, angular shadows across wet sidewalks. Somewhere in the ordinary rhythm of the night, she knew the next clue waited, quietly deliberate, just beyond her line of sight. She left her apartment just as the city seemed to exhale into evening. The streets were slick from a recent shower, puddles reflecting the muted glow of shop windows and street lamps. She carried a small backpack, lightly weighted with the collection of clues she had been gathering. The Polaroid, the scrap of paper, the tiny screw, the faintly stained glove, the receipt, and a notebook, its pages already filled with sketches and notes. Her first stop was a narrow bookshop tucked between two apartment blocks she'd walked past many times. Its windows were dimly lit, fogged from the warmth inside. She pushed the door open, and a bell chimed softly. The scent of paper, dust, and faint wood polish enveloped her. Shelves rose high, crammed with titles of every size. She ran her fingers along the spines, searching not for a book, but for anything out of place. On the floor near the counter, she noticed a tiny mark in the wood, a scuff that wasn't consistent with the surrounding scratches. She crouched and examined it. It looked like a faint scrape, metal perhaps dragged across it, but the mark was too small to identify clearly. She stepped outside again, following the street that curved gently toward an older section of the neighborhood. Brick buildings with narrow fire escapes leaned slightly, their facades mottled with age and damp. Between two of the buildings, a small alley led to a courtyard she had never noticed. She slipped down it, the soles of her shoes making muted taps against the wet cobblestones. Trash bins were lined along the walls, and a faint smell of damp earth and something metallic lingered. Near the center of the courtyard, half buried in a patch of mud, lay a thin strip of masking tape, curling at the edges. She lifted it with gloved fingers. Nothing written on it, yet the placement felt deliberate, almost like a marker. A low hum drifted from one of the apartment windows above, the sound of an air conditioning unit vibrating against its frame. A curtain twitched faintly. She paused, noticing that the window itself had a small chip along the lower corner, as if it had been opened or handled roughly. The thought pressed against her, subtle and uneasy, but she moved on slowly. She wandered to a small cafe she had glimpsed before, one with a narrow hallway leading to the kitchen. Inside, the smell of roasted coffee and sugar lingered, mixed with the faint tang of cleaning supplies. The waitress, drying mugs behind the counter, barely glanced at her. Her eyes drifted to the back door, slightly ajar, opening onto a narrow service alley. The linoleum floor bore faint scratches and dark smudges along the edges, subtle traces she might have overlooked before. She sketched them in her notebook, careful to record their irregular pattern. Outside again, the drizzle had returned, fine and light, leaving a shimmer across the streets. She noticed a bicycle leaned against a building down the street, its tire flattened and frame streaked with mud. At the base of the lamppost near it, a thin strip of reflective tape caught her eye, faintly scuffed. She crouched, noting the way it had been partially peeled and replaced, the edges curling with moisture. Small signs, small disruptions, but they added to a sense of something deliberate. She returned home later, walking slowly through her building's hallways. The fluorescent lights above flickered, throwing shifting shadows along the walls. On her floor, she paused at a door across the corridor. A faint light seeped through the crack beneath it, shifting as if someone had moved inside. She knocked lightly, no response. The doorknob was warm to the touch, slightly sticky. She withdrew her hand carefully, a faint pulse of unease pressing at her chest. Back in her apartment, she laid out the Polaroid, the scrap of paper, the screw, the glove, the receipt, and now the masking tape and reflective strip. Each object, individually mundane, now suggested movement, deliberate placement, a quiet trail weaving through the ordinary spaces of the city. She traced the sequence in her mind: alleyways, courtyards, service corridors, subtle disturbances. A faint thrill of apprehension threaded through her. Outside, the city settled into night. Streetlights reflected in puddles, the distant rumble of traffic hummed steadily, and the faint flicker of neon signs pulsed along quieter streets. Somewhere, just beyond the line of sight, she sensed a presence, watching, waiting, deliberate. And in the quiet, she understood that the next clue was already out there, unhurried, blending into the rhythm of the city, waiting to be found. The next morning, she left the apartment earlier than usual, the city still washed in the gray hush of dawn. Steam rose from vents along the sidewalks, mixing with the faint scent of rain on asphalt and the occasional smell of frying oil from a nearby diner. She carried only her notebook and backpack, now lighter, leaving the Polaroid and other items tucked safely at home. Her first stop was a laundromat she had noticed more closely the day before. The place was empty, the fluorescent lights flickering softly above. The machines hummed steadily, the air warm and damp with the smell of detergent. She crouched near one of the coin slots, noticing faint scratches along the metal, small, irregular, but not random. She pressed her fingertip against the surface and felt a trace of something gritty, almost like fine dust mixed with rust. She wiped it on a tissue and dropped it into her bag. From there, she wandered toward the river walk, a narrow path between the back of a series of old warehouses and the water. The path was quiet, puddles reflecting the muted light of early morning. The boards of the wooden railing were damp and slightly warped, small patches of moss growing along the edges. She knelt to examine one of the planks and noticed a small nail, bent at an odd angle, protruding just enough to catch the light. It seemed ordinary, yet out of place. She jotted it down in her notebook, noting the precise position relative to the river. Along the water's edge, a fishing line dangled from a low pier, abandoned but taut, its hook caught on a splintered plank. She touched it carefully, feeling the faint tension. The line carried the faint scent of water and fish, but she also noticed a tiny smudge of dark residue on the hook, too small to be noticed from a distance. Another small, deliberate detail. She left the riverwalk and crossed through a quiet residential street she had never explored. Houses were close together, narrow yards fenced with wood and wrought iron. One house had a gate slightly ajar, revealing a narrow side path lined with potted plants. She stepped in cautiously. The air smelled faintly of soil and decaying leaves. On a low stone ledge, she noticed a small, folded piece of paper, damp at the edges. She picked it up carefully. It appeared blank at first, but a slight indentation revealed numbers or letters pressed into the paper, visible only when angled toward the light. She slipped it into her notebook. Continuing, she came to a small antique shop she had passed many times but never entered. The windows were dusty, and the door creaked when she opened it. Inside, the air smelled of aged wood, leather, and faint wax polish. She moved slowly, her eyes scanning for anything unusual. On a low shelf, a tiny metal object caught her attention, partially hidden behind a stack of books. It was a washer, slightly bent, tarnished, similar to the one she had found at the cafe earlier. She placed it carefully into her bag. Leaving the shop, she noticed a faint movement across the street, a curtain twitching in a second-story window. The window was partially open, and the shadow of someone moving inside seemed deliberate but indistinct. She stopped, heart rate climbing slightly, but when she blinked, the movement had ceased. Back at her apartment, she laid out the morning's findings: the bent nail from the river walk, the damp paper from the side path, the metal washer from the antique shop. Each item seemed insignificant on its own, yet together they suggested careful, deliberate attention, a pattern she could not yet name. Outside, the city was waking fully now, the streets glistening, the soft murmur of traffic punctuated by distant footsteps and the occasional bark of a dog. Somewhere beyond the ordinary rhythm of the neighborhood, she knew, the next clue awaited, hidden in plain sight, patient, unhurried, and quietly insistent. Later that afternoon, she left the apartment again, moving deliberately along streets she had walked countless times yet never really noticed. The air smelled faintly of damp brick and exhaust, and the wind carried a chill that made her collar damp at the nape of her neck. She kept her notebook open in her hand, turning pages absent-mindedly, running her eyes over the sketches and notes she had made of alleys, sidewalks, and puddles. She wandered toward a small stationery shop tucked between two larger buildings. Its windows were streaked from recent rain, and inside, the air smelled of paper and ink, warm and faintly sweet. She browsed the shelves slowly, noting the faint scuff marks on the floor, tiny scratches that suggested someone had dragged something metal along the aisle. On the counter, near the cash register, a faint dark smudge caught her eye. She knelt and pressed a fingertip lightly against it, leaving a small trace of her own, then noted it in her notebook. From there, she crossed to a narrow cobblestone street she had noticed only in passing before. The buildings leaned slightly inward, creating long shadows despite the late afternoon light. She paused outside a small tailor's workshop, its door propped open. Inside, the smell of fabric and thread mixed with a faint tang of iron. A sewing machine hummed quietly in the back, though no one was near it. On a nearby shelf, she noticed a tiny metal washer, similar to the one she had found before, resting in the corner, almost hidden behind a stack of folded cloth. She touched it lightly, careful not to disturb its position, and jotted it in her notebook. The street ended at a small community garden, fenced with weathered wood. The soil was dark and damp, the plants weighed down by recent rain. She crouched by a raised bed, noticing a faint indentation in the earth, as if something small had been pressed there and removed. The imprint was subtle, but deliberate, the surrounding soil slightly disturbed. She ran a gloved finger along it, careful not to erase the impression, and made a note. Walking back toward the main road, she passed a laundromat again, noticing a side door she had never approached. The door was cracked open slightly, the faintest sliver of light spilling out. She pressed her ear to it. Inside, the low hum of a machine vibrated through the walls, and a faint metallic scent lingered. She could not see anything through the crack, but the impression of movement lingered in her mind, deliberate and quiet. Back on the street, she paused at a fire escape, its metal slick from the rain. A thin line of tape clung to the railing, frayed at the edges, and a tiny smudge of something dark marked the wood beneath it. She crouched, tracing it with a fingertip, then looked up to the windows above. One curtain twitched ever so slightly. She blinked, and it was gone. Returning home, she laid out the day's discoveries alongside her previous findings: the smudges, the washers, the subtle impressions in soil, the tape along the fire escape. Each one alone might have seemed insignificant, easily dismissed, but together they created a quiet, deliberate map. The city moved on around her, traffic humming in the distance, neighbors closing shutters, the occasional bark of a dog. But within her apartment, the pattern was tangible, almost tactile. She traced the connections in her mind: alleys, garden beds, service doors, fire escapes, subtle marks left behind. Each was small, easily overlooked, yet deliberate. Somewhere along this quiet chain, someone had moved with attention, leaving hints hidden in plain sight. And she knew, with a low, insistent pulse, that the next clue was already out there, waiting, unhurried, blending into the ordinary rhythm of the city streets. The evening had settled into a muted quiet, the city's usual rhythm slowed by the early chill and intermittent drizzle. She stepped outside, leaving the apartment dim and silent behind her. Her backpack was light, carrying only her notebook and pen, though her mind weighed heavier with the growing sense of deliberate movement around her. Small, measured traces that seemed to stretch outward through the neighborhood. She wandered toward a narrow street lined with shuttered shops, the asphalt darkened from the rain, puddles reflecting the occasional flicker of neon. A faint smell of damp wood and wet stone clung to the air. One of the shuttered doors was slightly ajar. She pressed closer. The interior was dark, cluttered with old crates and discarded signage. A faint glimmer caught her eye, a tiny, bent metal object lying in the corner, partially covered by a layer of dust. She knelt to examine it. Another washer, tarnished and slightly warped. She tucked it into her bag and continued along the street. Further down, a narrow passage opened between two brick buildings, leading to a small parking courtyard. The walls were streaked with moss and rain, the asphalt pocked with cracks and shallow puddles. Near the edge of the courtyard, a small scrap of paper was caught in the tines of a metal grate. She bent to retrieve it. The edges were damp and curling. On closer inspection, faint impressions suggested letters or numbers pressed into the paper, just enough to catch the light. She slid it into her notebook. A faint creak of metal above drew her attention. A fire escape ladder swung slightly against the brick wall, slick with rain. She traced its path upward, noting a dark streak along one of the rungs, like something had been dragged along it. The alley remained silent, except for the occasional drip of water and the soft echo of distant traffic. She continued past the courtyard to a small, unassuming cafe tucked along a side street. Its windows were fogged, the warm glow inside spilling faintly onto the wet pavement. She entered quietly. The aroma of brewed coffee and baking bread mingled with the faint tang of cleaning solution. A young barista polished glasses behind the counter. She asked casually about deliveries or forgotten packages, keeping her voice even. The barista shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Though someone did drop a small envelope here a few nights ago. Said they'd come back for it. Never did. Her pulse quickened subtly. She asked to see the envelope. He hesitated but pulled it from a locked drawer. Inside was a folded scrap of paper, damp at the edges, blank to the naked eye. She tilted it in the cafe's light, and faint impressions appeared, numbers pressed gently into the surface. She tucked it into her notebook alongside the others, noting the time and location. Exiting the cafe, she walked slowly toward a quiet residential block she hadn't explored before. The houses were pressed close together, narrow staircases leading to second-floor apartments. A faint metallic scent lingered in the damp air. She noticed a small garden gate slightly ajar. Pushing it open, she entered a narrow path between two houses. At her feet, a tiny nail protruded from a damp wooden post, its head scraped clean on one side. Along the path, small scuffs in the soil suggested movement. Careful, deliberate steps, not hurried or accidental. Back on the street, she paused at a corner, listening. The city was alive with distant hums. Cars, footsteps, the faint clang of a trash bin lid. But the block around her felt deliberate in its stillness. She glanced up at the apartment windows above, noticing one curtain twitch faintly. Nothing moved when she blinked. No figure, no shadow. Yet the sense of observation lingered. Returning home, she laid out the day's findings alongside the Polaroid, the glove, the screw, and previous scraps. The tarnished washers, damp papers, bent nail, faint soil impressions, streaks along fire escapes. Each item alone was minor, easily dismissed, but together they formed a lattice, subtle and precise. She ran her fingers over the edge of the Polaroid, the curl more pronounced in the dim light. Outside, the streetlights reflected off the wet pavement, distant traffic humming steadily, the city moving on as if unaware. And in that quiet pulse, she knew, somewhere beyond the ordinary flow of streets, alleyways, and window shadows, the next deliberate clue waited, hidden in plain sight, patient and deliberate, ready to reveal itself when she came close enough to notice. The morning air was crisp, carrying the faint tang of wet concrete and distant smoke from a bakery's oven. She left her apartment slowly, the streets quiet except for the occasional clatter of a delivery bike or the hum of a passing tram. Her backpack felt heavier than usual, not with the weight of objects, but with the accumulation of observations, notes, and the faint tension threading through her movements. She wandered toward a part of the neighborhood she rarely visited, where narrow streets bent sharply between older brick buildings. A small hardware shop caught her attention. Its windows displayed rows of metal tools, locks, and bits of machinery layered in dust. Inside, the air smelled faintly of oil and metal, mixed with the warmth of wood shelving. She lingered by a shelf lined with small fasteners, noticing the way the light caught a single bent washer, curiously similar to others she had found. She ran her fingertip along its edge, noting the tarnish, then quietly tucked it into her notebook for comparison later. Turning onto a side street, she found herself in a courtyard she had never explored. A narrow passage led to a cluster of townhouses, the ground damp, scattered with fallen leaves and small puddles. She crouched to examine the edges of the path. Tiny depressions in the soil formed a pattern, light, careful, deliberate. Not footprints as much as the subtle impression of someone kneeling or crouching in a sequence. Near one of the puddles, a scrap of masking tape had been pressed into the cobblestones, curling at the edges, soaked but still intact. Curious, she traced the alley toward a set of wrought iron stairs leading to an abandoned storage loft above a shuttered cafe. The railing was slick from rain, and small smudges of dirt marked the steps. She paused at the top, listening. A faint metallic scent clung to the air, mixed with the damp odor of old wood. A loose board along the floor shifted slightly under her weight, revealing a small notch underneath, just enough to catch her attention. It was subtle, like a mark left deliberately, but designed to blend in. Descending, she passed a small corner shop, its windows fogged and cluttered with magazines. The proprietor, an older man with a steady gaze, noticed her pause and approached. "You're looking around," he said softly, not unkindly. She hesitated, then nodded. "I'm just noticing things." He glanced down the street, then back at her. Stray deliveries, things out of place. Sometimes people leave little markers without realizing it. A misplaced envelope, a bent nail, even tape on the sidewalk. Nothing sinister, maybe, but it catches your eye if you're paying attention. She thanked him and stepped outside, letting the comment settle. Across the street, a small park bordered the edge of the block. Its benches were damp, the soil around the flower beds dark and heavy. She walked slowly among them, noticing a slight depression beneath one bench, faintly smeared with mud. It was nearly invisible, easily overlooked by anyone passing by quickly. Yet it fit a rhythm she had begun to recognize, a quiet, deliberate trace, leading her eyes from one minor detail to the next. Returning home, she spread the day's findings alongside the Polaroid, the scrap of paper, the glove, the screws, the tarnished washers, the masking tape, the faint soil impressions, and the subtle smudges along fire escapes and steps. Each clue alone could be dismissed, but collectively, they formed a lattice of movement, deliberate yet invisible to most. The apartment felt unusually still that evening. Outside, the hum of distant traffic rose and fell, punctuated by the soft splash of tires and lingering puddles. She ran her fingers along the Polaroid's edge, tracing the subtle curl, the faint reflection in the glass, the almost imperceptible distortion along the window frame. Somewhere, she realized, the pattern continued, across alleyways, through courtyards, along narrow paths, and into quiet, ordinary spaces that seemed empty to everyone else. The next trace was already out there, subtle, patient, and deliberate, waiting for her to notice, waiting for the rhythm of the city to reveal it. The next morning, she woke with a quiet determination, the previous day's observations threading gently through her thoughts. She gathered her notes and small collection of objects, setting them in a neat line on the kitchen counter. The city outside moved with its usual rhythm, distant traffic, the soft clatter of a delivery bike, the occasional murmur of voices from a neighbor's window. She returned to the hardware shop first, the one with the bent washers and small fasteners. The proprietor recognized her and offered a quiet nod. She asked about recent customers, anything unusual. He hesitated, then mentioned a young man who had visited over the past week, browsing small tools and screws, always paying in exact change, always lingering near the less conspicuous aisles. Nothing illegal, he insisted, just peculiar habits. She jotted it down. Next, she walked along the river walk, stopping at the bent nail and the small impressions in the soil she had noticed days before. She crouched and studied them again, slowly connecting patterns in her mind. The direction of the markings, the subtle placement of scraps of tape, the repeated presence of small metallic objects, all seemed to converge along paths leading from the older neighborhoods to her own street. A realization settled in quietly. The pattern was not random. Whoever had left these traces had been following a careful, patient rhythm, attentive but not reckless. Later, she returned to the cafe where the dropped envelope had appeared. The barista was behind the counter again, arranging cups. She asked casually if he remembered the person who left it. After a moment, he nodded. A delivery driver, I think. They looked nervous, kept glancing around. Said they'd return, never did. She asked to see the envelope once more. Examining it in the gentle afternoon light, she noticed faint creases matching the impressions in her notebook. These small, deliberate folds suggested someone taking care to mark locations, notes of movement, of observation, not of harm. She began retracing her steps, slowly, deliberately, following the subtle trail she had mapped in her notebook. The alleys, courtyards, garden paths, fire escapes, all were consistent with the path of someone mapping buildings and surroundings, quietly, unobtrusively. The city itself felt less threatening, more like a system of small, ordinary movements that someone had simply been cataloging. Returning home, she placed the Polaroid in front of her once more. She examined the window reflection, the slight curl of the edge, the faint metallic streak she had noticed days ago. Slowly, it became clear. The photograph had been taken by someone outside, likely a neighbor or passerby, curious or perhaps collecting visual references for a project rather than intending harm. The subtle traces in the streets, the washers, smudges, bent nails, scraps of paper, aligned with the kind of careful documentation a meticulous observer might leave, not a threat seeking her personally. She felt a slow, quiet relief settle into her chest. The sense of being watched, the deliberate rhythm of minor disturbances in her surroundings, had been unnerving, yet the pattern was rooted in observation, not malice. The pieces fit together. Incidental deliveries, a cautious visitor at the hardware shop, minor traces in public and semi-private spaces, all pointing to someone cataloging details of the neighborhood, curious and careful, not dangerous. She laid back in her chair, the day fading softly into evening. Outside, the streets were calm. The puddles reflected the warm glow of lamplights. Leaves whispered with the breeze, and a dog barked faintly in the distance. She traced her fingers over the Polaroid one last time, letting her thoughts settle. The mystery had been unsettling, yet now it resolved in a quiet, comprehensible way, a sequence of small, deliberate observations, a meticulous attention to detail, ultimately harmless. The city continued its gentle rhythm, ordinary yet alive, and she felt the tension drain slowly, leaving only the calm of understanding. Everything had a place. Everything made sense. The pattern had ended where it should have, with quiet resolution, and the night settled around her in soft, unhurried silence. Case 2. At 6:33 a.m., a homeowner reported that their security system had been disarmed overnight. The alarm panel logs showed the correct 4-digit code entered at 1:09 a.m. The homeowner's keypad was found untouched, with no recent fingerprints detected, and the system's mobile app showed no remote access during that time frame. The morning air carried a faint chill as the first rays of sun slipped between the gaps in the curtains. In the kitchen, the scent of brewed coffee lingered from the night before, a thin curl of steam rising from a mug left on the counter. The hardwood floor felt cool under bare feet. The homeowner moved slowly, checking drawers, cabinets, and counters again, not expecting to find anything new, but compelled by a subtle unease. On the dining table, a small stack of mail sat slightly askew. Among the envelopes, a postcard with no return address rested face down. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, nothing like the usual bills or flyers. It seemed insignificant at first, yet it drew attention. A slight misalignment, the texture of the paper, almost glossy in the morning light. Outside, the wind shifted, rustling through the bare branches that cast long shadows across the driveway. A neighbor's car door clicked shut a few houses down, its sound oddly loud in the quiet. The homeowner glanced toward the window, imagining someone moving along the perimeter, though the street was empty. A faint smudge on the glass of the front door caught the eye. It wasn't immediately visible, but angled against the sunlight, it seemed deliberate, not accidental. The residue was almost oily, leaving a thin arc along the edge where a hand might have pressed. Small, yet tangible, a trace that contradicted the undisturbed keypad. In the study, the homeowner flipped open a notebook, running a finger along the faint pencil markings from days before. The lines of numbers and reminders were orderly, but at the bottom of one page, A single digit had been circled multiple times, faint and smudged. It didn't match the security code, but the repetition felt like a message or perhaps a misstep left behind. Footsteps approached in the hallway, soft, hesitant. The neighbor's voice carried over, low, almost conversational, asking if everything was all right. Their shoes scuffed lightly against the threshold as they stepped inside, peering at the disarrayed mail and coffee-stained counters. They moved slowly, letting their eyes trace the angles of the room, pausing at a shadow that seemed unusual, then shaking their head. Upstairs, the bedroom smelled faintly of detergent, linens untouched from the night before. A folded shirt on the chair bore a subtle crease, not matching the way it had been placed previously. The fabric caught light differently, revealing what looked like a faint smudge of dust, displaced in a direction that suggested someone had brushed against it while passing. Outside again, the wind carried a metallic tang from somewhere beyond the driveway. It was subtle, easily ignored, yet distinct enough to draw a glance toward the fence. The wood grain bore tiny scratches along the surface, parallel and evenly spaced, like something had been dragged across it slowly. The homeowner paused at the staircase, hand brushing the railing. The wood was warm from the morning sun, polished to a soft sheen. Tiny indentations, almost imperceptible, ran along one edge. It could have been the cat, or perhaps a careless brush in the dark, but the mind lingered on other possibilities. In the kitchen, the mug of coffee had cooled. Steam no longer rose, but a faint, oily residue remained along the rim, smudged as if someone had lifted it and set it back down. The subtle scent mingled with the lingering aroma of old coffee, creating a faintly bitter undercurrent that made the silence feel heavier. Evening would come, and with it shadows that would stretch differently across the rooms. But for now, each step, each glance, each faint mark demanded attention. Every object seemed to hold a story that, for the moment, remained just out of reach. A phone buzzed on the counter, unnoticed at first. The screen illuminated with a single notification, an alert from the security system, confirming its status as armed again. The timestamp read several hours after the mysterious disarming. A small shiver ran through the homeowner as they traced the digits with a fingertip, aware that the night had left something behind, something subtle, yet undeniably present. No one had been seen, no doors broken, no forced entry. And yet, the house carried the quiet weight of someone's passing, a presence felt only in the shifting dust, the misplaced items, the faint smudges, and the lingering smell of coffee and metal. The investigation had begun without confrontation, without revelation. Only the small, ordinary traces remained, waiting for attention. And as the day unfolded, each detail seemed to insist, quietly, that the truth was hidden just beyond perception. The next morning, the homeowner found themselves drawn toward the garage, a space usually overlooked, cluttered with boxes and garden tools. Sunlight slanted through the small window above the workbench, illuminating motes of dust that drifted lazily in the air. The faint smell of motor oil and damp would fill the space. The concrete floor was cold underfoot, and a thin line of dirt traced the edge of the door, leading toward a corner where a stack of cardboard had shifted slightly. A small, metallic object caught the eye, a key, brass and worn, lying in a thin layer of sawdust near the base of the shelf. It wasn't attached to anything, and no one in the household recognized it. The homeowner turned it over in their palm, noticing a subtle scratch along one edge, like it had been forced into a lock repeatedly. They set it carefully on the workbench, almost as if handling it too roughly might erase its presence. The kitchen clock ticked quietly as the homeowner moved toward the basement, drawn by a faint, unfamiliar draft. The stairs creaked underfoot, old pine giving just enough protest to make the air feel denser. The basement smelled of earth and mildew, with faint traces of something sweeter, almost like varnish. The light bulb overhead flickered once, then held steady. Boxes of stored belongings lined the walls, many untouched for years. One box, labeled in neat black marker with last year's date, had been shifted slightly from its original position. When the homeowner lifted the lid, the papers inside were disheveled, not enough to indicate someone rifled through them aggressively, but enough to suggest deliberate handling. On top, a photograph of the exterior of the house, taken from the street, rested at an odd angle. The back of the photo bore a note in fine print, a series of numbers and letters that didn't match anything familiar. 1G7F, 3B9H. A soft thump from above made the homeowner pause. They listened as footsteps, heavy, deliberate, crossed the kitchen floor. Peering upward, they saw the neighbor returning, carrying a small tray of muffins, stepping carefully over the threshold. Their voice was low, gentle, commenting on the weather and asking if the homeowner had slept at all. The conversation felt ordinary, yet the presence of someone else in the house made the unnoticed marks, smudges, and shifted objects feel more pointed. Outside, the air had shifted, carrying a faint smell of wet asphalt and fallen leaves. The mailbox was slightly ajar, and a single envelope rested inside, heavier than expected. The handwriting was unfamiliar, loopy and uneven, but the return address was blank. Inside was a folded slip of paper, listing times 0:57 to 1:09, 2:36. No names, no instructions, just the numbers. Later, in the small study at the back of the house, the homeowner sat with the slip of paper and the photograph, comparing angles and patterns. The soft tick of the wall clock marked each passing second. A pen rolled off the desk, catching on a corner, revealing a faint fingerprint on the paper underneath. A partial loop, smudged at the edge. The pattern wasn't clear enough to match, yet it suggested someone had been in the room recently, careful to avoid leaving traces elsewhere. The bedroom, quiet now, offered new details. The curtains had been adjusted slightly, the folds uneven against the morning light. On the bedside table, a glass of water bore a thin ring of condensation, not from last night. The homeowner touched it lightly and noticed a faint grit along the rim, like fine sand or dust carried on a sleeve. In the driveway, the gravel crunched differently than usual. A long, thin scrape along the edge of the curb caught the morning sun, pale against the dark stone. It was subtle, easily dismissed, but aligned with the smudges on the front door and the scratches along the fence. Each mark alone seemed ordinary, yet together they hinted at movement through the space that had gone unnoticed. Returning inside, the homeowner found the small kitchen radio left on, tuned to static. The sound was soft, a gentle hiss that filled the corners of the room, masking small creaks and shifts in the floorboards. A magazine on the counter had been opened to a page they didn't remember turning to, the crease of the spine forming an almost imperceptible triangle. Even as the day wore on, ordinary tasks, putting away dishes, wiping counters, stacking mail, revealed more subtle inconsistencies. The knife block shifted a fraction to the right, a single coaster inverted on the table, a faint trace of dirt along the threshold of the pantry. Each observation was quiet, almost negligible, Yet the accumulation of small anomalies lent the house an unsettled weight. At dusk, the lights softened, casting long angles across the floor. The wind moved gently outside, brushing against the windows with a dry, rustling sound. The homeowner lingered near the staircase, noticing how shadows shifted differently than that morning, accentuating corners that had previously seemed empty. The air felt thick with expectation, as if each object, the keys, the photograph, the small, smudged notes, was holding its own secret, waiting to be discovered. The investigation continued, not with confrontation or discovery, but with presence, a careful attention to textures, movements, scents, and sounds. And in each observation, a quiet tension built, almost imperceptibly, threading through the house as the mystery stretched, unbroken, across the hours. The following morning, the homeowner found themselves drawn to the attic, a space usually left untouched except for seasonal decorations and old boxes. The stairs creaked gently under careful weight, the wood warm from the rising sun filtering through a small, grimy window. Dust motes floated in the air, disturbed by each step, settling slowly onto the faded carpet remnants that lined the floor. The scent of aged paper and cedar hung lightly, mingling with a faint hint of something sharper, metallic, and almost imperceptible. Boxes and trunks were stacked in uneven piles, leaning against the sloped walls. One cardboard box, labeled Winter Clothes 2022, had a corner pressed down, as if someone had rested a hand there. The homeowner knelt, opening it carefully. Inside, garments were folded neatly, yet a single scarf had been shifted, partially pulled over a shirt. The edge of the scarf was frayed, and a small dark smudge marked the fabric, a faint streak that looked like soot or ash. On a nearby shelf, an old wooden jewelry box caught the morning light. The latch was slightly misaligned, not enough to open without effort, but enough to suggest it had been nudged. Inside, a single earring lay upside down, its mate missing. The metal glinted softly, almost ordinary, yet the absence of the matching piece drew attention. The attic window rattled slightly in the breeze, carrying the sound of leaves skittering across the roof outside. The homeowner leaned close, peering through the dusty glass at the treetops beyond. From this height, the yard looked different, the driveway stretching out like a pale line, and the fence seemed sharper, the scratches along its edge more deliberate than they had appeared from the ground. A soft thump from below made the homeowner pause. They waited, listening. Footsteps crossed the kitchen floor, careful and unhurried. The neighbor's voice floated up faintly, commenting on the weather again, asking if the homeowner needed help with anything. The exchange was casual, ordinary, yet it made the attic feel unusually quiet, as if the presence below amplified the smallest noises above. Curiosity led the homeowner to a small, unused side door in the attic, one that led into a crawl space lined with insulation and old wiring. Kneeling carefully, they slid the panel open. The confined space smelled strongly of dust and damp wood, yet within it, a faint, sweet odor lingered, hard to place, like varnish mixed with something floral. On the plywood floor, a single, thin hair lay across the boards, light-colored and fine, almost invisible unless looked for. A flashlight revealed a tiny, hand-sized imprint pressed into the insulation, smoothed along the edges as if something or someone had pressed against it deliberately. The shape was faint, indistinct, yet unmistakable. The homeowner traced the outline with a fingertip, noting how it interrupted the regular texture of the material. Later, back in the hallway, The mirror caught a sliver of reflection from the attic stairs. The homeowner noticed a faint smear along the edge of the frame, like a fingerprint, partially wiped but not fully removed. It wasn't a bold mark, but its presence suggested someone had leaned close enough to be cautious, yet unhurried, leaving only a whisper of evidence. In the laundry room, the washing machine door was slightly ajar, the interior drum damp and empty. On the edge, a fine line of dust had been brushed away, forming a subtle curve as if traced by a finger. Nearby, a detergent bottle had shifted just enough that the measuring cap rattled lightly when touched, resting in a position the homeowner did not recall leaving it in. The kitchen again, now in late afternoon, felt cooler, the sunlight fading behind a veil of clouds. The mail was checked once more. Nothing seemed out of place, yet a small envelope slid partially behind the fruit bowl, heavier than expected. Inside was a single scrap of paper with a pattern of letters and numbers repeated. K4F9, M7B2. No context, no address, just the sequence. Walking slowly through the living room, the homeowner noticed the floorboards were warmer in one corner, near the window. Kneeling, they found a faint scuff mark, almost circular, like something small had been dragged or rotated there. The mark followed a line that led toward the sliding door, which when touched, was colder than the surrounding glass, the handle bearing the faintest impression of a thumb. Evening settled in quietly. The wind whispered against the house, shifting curtains and brushing against the window panes. Shadows stretched and merged across the rooms, stretching along the subtle anomalies, the smudges, the shifted objects, the faint odors. Every step through the house revealed something small, something ordinary yet strangely deliberate, a pattern forming slowly, almost imperceptibly, as if someone's presence had left echoes, careful and meticulous, scattered across the familiar spaces. The day ended without confrontation, without clarity. Only the quiet, accumulating details remained. Traces of movement, subtle disruptions, and tiny marks that suggested the house had been observed, touched, navigated by someone unseen. The mystery persisted, taut and patient, lingering in the corners, waiting for the next quiet revelation. The next morning, the homeowner wandered toward the small, detached shed in the backyard, a space that had long been used for storing gardening tools and the occasional box of forgotten items. The scent of damp earth and pine wood was strong here, mixed with the faint tang of rust from the metal handles of old rakes and shovels. The shed door resisted slightly before swinging open, scraping along the worn threshold, leaving a thin line of dust disturbed on the concrete floor. Inside, cobwebs clung to the corners near the rafters, delicate threads catching the sunlight streaming through the single window. The homeowner ran a hand along the handle of a rusty wheelbarrow and noticed a tiny, nearly invisible scratch along the metal edge, shallow but deliberate. A faint smear of dried mud on the floorboard suggested someone had knelt or crouched here recently, though the tracks of shoes or boots were absent. Near the back, a stack of old clay pots had been shifted. One was slightly off-center, teetering against the others, as if nudged without thought. Behind it, a small envelope rested flat against the wall. Inside was a single photograph, grainy and gray, showing the front of the house from an odd angle. The light in the photo caught on the window in a way that seemed unnatural, as though the lens had captured more than just the exterior. The homeowner paused, listening to the faint chirp of a sparrow outside and the distant hum of a passing car. The stillness made the subtle movements in the shed, the shifted pots, the scratch on the wheelbarrow, feel more pronounced, as if the space itself was holding its breath. Returning to the house, they passed through the narrow hallway that led to the guest bathroom. The mirror above the sink reflected more than their own face. Faint streaks along the edge caught the light differently, subtle enough to seem accidental. But when the homeowner knelt to inspect the base of the cabinet, a thin line of dust was disturbed in a path leading toward the laundry chute. A single, small metallic pin lay at the edge of the floor, a sewing pin, ordinary, but out of place. The laundry room smelled faintly of detergent and damp fabric. A basket of clothes had been moved slightly, leaning at an angle against the wall. One sock had fallen out, nestled in the corner, almost as if it had been dropped rather than tossed carelessly. The homeowner picked it up, noticing the faintest trace of soil along the cuff, not enough to indicate outdoor use, but enough to suggest contact with something gritty. Upstairs, in the hallway near the spare bedroom, a loose floorboard creaked underfoot. Sliding it back gently, the homeowner found a small cavity beneath, the wood smooth from repeated contact. Inside lay a thin piece of paper, folded several times. Unfolded, it bore a series of numbers in uneven script, 1321 to 109057. The repetition mirrored the earlier slip of paper found in the mailbox, yet no pattern was obvious. The spare bedroom smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, the air still from being closed all day. A chair near the window had a single imprint on the cushion, faint but visible, suggesting someone had sat there for a short time. The curtain was shifted slightly, leaving a gap through which the late afternoon sun slanted in, highlighting the fine dust swirling in the air. Walking slowly back toward the kitchen, the homeowner noticed the fridge door handle bore a faint smudge, glossy in the fading light. It was subtle, easy to miss, but its presence drew attention to the small magnet on the side of the fridge, slightly askew from its usual alignment. On closer inspection, the magnet held a small note, a letter written in careful, deliberate script, yet cryptic, only a single line. Watch the corners where shadows rest. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and decaying foliage. The driveway gravel had a faint trail, uneven, almost imperceptible, suggesting movement along the edge of the house. Footprints were absent, yet the subtle displacement of the stones suggested passage. In the evening, as light faded to a muted gray, the house settled around these small anomalies. Each door, each surface, each faint smear or displacement seemed intentional, deliberate, yet without overt force or threat. The homeowner moved through the spaces carefully, tracing lines, feeling textures, observing shadows. Yet every discovery raised questions without answers. The day ended with a quiet tension lingering in the air, a sense that every subtle mark, every shifted object, every faint scent or line of dust was a part of a larger pattern, one that remained just out of reach, waiting for another day, another observation, to reveal the next quiet clue. The following morning, the homeowner lingered near the back porch, where peeling paint exposed the wood beneath, rough to the touch. The air smelled faintly of rain from the previous evening, damp and sweet, mingling with the faint tang of mulch from the garden beds. A small puddle had formed along the edge of the steps, reflecting the muted light of the overcast sky. In it, the homeowner noticed a tiny footprint, too small for their own shoes, the edges blurred as if someone had stepped and shifted quickly, but only the partial impression remained. The shed at the far corner of the yard was locked, though the latch had been twisted slightly, leaving the metal scratched along the edges. Leaning close, The homeowner saw a faint smudge on the padlock, a thin arc of residue, barely visible, yet suggesting someone had tested it recently. Nearby, the gravel path bore subtle disturbances, small stones pressed into the earth, forming lines that led toward the back fence. The scratches along the wood, noticed earlier, seemed to continue here, almost like a pattern or guide. Inside the house, the guest bedroom had been used as a makeshift office during the day. The desk, usually pristine, had a single drawer slightly ajar. The homeowner opened it carefully, revealing a stack of envelopes. Most were bills or mail, yet one envelope was heavier, containing folded sheets of tracing paper. On them were faint diagrams, a sketch of the house's floor plan, windows marked with small circles, and arrows pointing toward certain corners. The lines were precise but drawn with a light hand, as if meant to be seen only under close inspection. A soft tapping came from the kitchen, subtle and irregular, like a spoon against the counter. The homeowner glanced toward the source and found the coffee grinder lid slightly rotated, the edge resting against the counter differently than before. Nothing seemed missing, but the tiny shift drew attention, making the familiar space feel off-kilter. Upstairs, in the master bedroom closet, the homeowner noticed a faint draft where the wall met the ceiling. Investigating, they found a small vent, partially covered with dust. Peering inside, a faint scrap of paper was wedged along the corner, its edge sticking out. It was brittle, yellowed, and bore a single handwritten word, "Observe." The texture of the paper was rough, almost like handmade stock, and the ink was faded but legible. The attic stairs creaked under careful weight as the homeowner returned, flashlight in hand. The floorboards glowed faintly in the beam, revealing scuff marks not noticed before, short, shallow lines that ran in irregular directions. One set led to the far corner, where a trunk had been slightly shifted. The trunk itself was heavy and locked, but a tiny notch at the edge suggested someone had tried to pry it open, carefully, without leaving more obvious damage. Outside again, the backyard held new subtleties. A garden hose was coiled differently than the night before, its end resting against the stone path. Small, faint depressions in the soil suggested someone had knelt or crouched there briefly. The faintest whiff of something metallic hung in the air, mixing with the damp earth, barely perceptible but distinct. Later, in the laundry room, a faint outline of a hand appeared on the glass of the dryer door, smeared lightly, as if someone had leaned there for only a moment. The homeowner traced the shape with a fingertip, noting the uneven pressure, the way it interrupted the dust that had settled along the edges. Nearby, a small sock lay folded oddly in the basket, one corner pressed down in a shape that didn't match the pile beneath it. In the dim light of the evening, the living room revealed another small anomaly. The edge of a rug had curled slightly, revealing the corner of a floor vent underneath. It had been vacuumed recently, yet fine particles had settled in a pattern, suggesting something or someone had brushed across it in a slow, deliberate arc. The hallway mirror reflected a slight smudge near its lower edge, barely noticeable unless caught in the right angle of light. A faint trail of dust along the baseboards connected several rooms, interrupted only where the homeowner had walked earlier. Each step, each observation, created a network of small clues, a pattern of quiet intrusion that refused to be immediately understood. As night settled, the house exhaled faint creaks and sighs, the wind moving through corners and windows. Every surface seemed to hold its own story, shifted objects, subtle stains, light impressions of hands or fabric. Nothing overt, nothing dramatic, Yet each trace deepened the sense of someone having moved through the home in careful, deliberate silence. The homeowner lingered near the staircase, fingertips brushing the banister, noting the tiny indentations and scratches there. Each one was a quiet echo, a small testament to a presence that had slipped through familiar spaces unnoticed. And in the fading light, every shifted object, every trace of dust, every smudge and scuff seemed to insist on attention, building a quiet tension that threaded through the house, patient and unrelenting. The next morning, the homeowner turned toward the garage again, this time opening the side door that led into a narrow alley between the house and the neighboring property. The space was tight, the gravel underfoot uneven and damp from overnight dew. The air smelled of earth, pine sap, and a faint chemical tang, like a cleaner left out too long. A discarded soda can, dented and half buried in the gravel, had shifted slightly, its position different from the day before. The homeowner bent down, noting a faint smear along its side, dull and oily in the morning light. The side gate, usually closed and latched, was slightly ajar, the metal hinges greased but worn. Small scratches ran along the edge of the wood, parallel and shallow, as if a hand or tool had traced them deliberately. A thin line of fine dirt led from the gate to the edge of the garden, interrupted where the stones were heavier, compacted. Something had pressed down briefly and then moved away. Returning inside, the homeowner headed toward the small pantry off the kitchen. The door handle was cool, and when opened, a faint rustling sound came from the back corner. A jar of dried beans had rolled slightly, leaving a thin streak of dust across the shelf beneath it. One bean rested off to the side, a tiny imperfection, as if someone had nudged it and left it behind. In the hallway closet, a long-forgotten umbrella had been repositioned. The handle rested against the wall at a slightly different angle, subtle but enough to notice against the usual order of things. Nearby, a small envelope slipped between coats caught the homeowner's eye. Inside was a scrap of paper, folded multiple times, bearing a single symbol, a circle drawn with a steady hand and a small dot inside it. The meaning was unclear, yet its placement suggested intention. Later, in the basement, the homeowner traced the edges of old shelving, noticing that one wooden plank bore a shallow dent, roughly finger width, along its side. The surface around it was dusty, but the indentation had disrupted the pattern, as if a hand had rested there carefully. Beneath the shelf, a thin wire protruded slightly from behind a storage box. It was frayed at the end, cut cleanly, but the homeowner realized it had once connected to the old stereo system, a subtle, almost forgotten trace of the home's past electronics. Upstairs, the spare bedroom offered new details. The window latch was clean, but faint streaks along the glass caught the afternoon light, smudges tracing a single vertical path. On the desk, a small notebook lay open to a page where numbers had been lightly penciled in. A circle, faint and incomplete, enclosed two of them. The pencil tip had worn unevenly, and the marks were smudged slightly, as if someone had drawn and erased repeatedly. The hallway felt cooler in the late afternoon, the shadows stretching across the walls. Along the baseboards, the homeowner noticed a faint discoloration, subtle lines in the paint where dust had settled differently. Kneeling, they found a thin strand of hair, light brown, resting along the edge of the molding. It did not match their own, and the placement was deliberate, nearly invisible unless looked for. The small back porch, usually quiet, offered new anomalies. A chair had shifted slightly, its legs leaving shallow impressions in the wooden deck. A watering can sat turned the opposite way from where it had been left, with a tiny droplet of water clinging to its spout, reflecting the muted evening light. A faint metallic scent hung in the air again, the same tang noticed near the garage and alley, but softer now, almost like it had dissipated slowly throughout the day. In the study, a single drawer bore subtle scuff marks along the interior edge, interrupted only where the homeowner's hand had brushed the surface. Inside, a paperclip lay bent at an odd angle, unlike the others in the jar. Next to it, a folded scrap of tracing paper peeked from beneath a stack of letters, its edges frayed, bearing a small series of symbols in careful pen strokes. The pattern seemed deliberate, almost a shorthand, but the meaning remained elusive. As night approached, the house felt heavier. Every shift in furniture, every subtle smudge, every faint sound, wind brushing the trees, the soft settling of floorboards, the distant hum of traffic, seemed to amplify the small anomalies discovered throughout the day. The homeowner moved slowly, touchlight in hand, noting each imperfection, each quiet disruption. Nothing was overt, nothing demanded immediate attention. Yet every detail, every subtle trace, hinted at a presence that had passed through, careful and deliberate, leaving whispers of activity across ordinary, familiar spaces. In the quiet of the evening, as the light faded to gray and shadows lengthened, the house held its secrets in the smallest movements. A shifted jar, a faint imprint, a scratch along a surface. The mystery lingered in the air, patient and persistent, waiting for the next observation, the next quiet discovery to pull the threads a little tighter. The next morning, the homeowner found themselves drawn toward the small, narrow attic hatch in the hallway closet, one they had rarely used. The pull-down ladder creaked faintly, the hinges reluctant, and the air smelled faintly of dust, aged cardboard, and the faint tang of something metallic. Light filtered in through a small, circular window at the far end, illuminating boxes stacked against the wall. A thin layer of dust had settled unevenly, and a single edge of a cardboard box was pressed down, suggesting something had been placed or leaned against it recently. A small, wooden crate at the corner drew attention. Its lid had shifted slightly, leaving a tiny gap along one edge. The homeowner lifted it carefully and found an old camera, the leather strap frayed and worn. The lens was clean, yet inside the body, a single film roll remained, slightly exposed at the edge. They set it aside on a nearby trunk, noticing a faint smudge along the leather strap, a smear that looked like dirt mixed with oil, as if someone had handled it deliberately but carefully. From the attic, the neighbor's dog barked in the distance, a low, hesitant sound, carrying across the quiet yard. The echo seemed to make the house itself quieter, amplifying small noises, the faint shuffle of footsteps from below, the occasional creak of the ladder, the whisper of the wind brushing the roof tiles. The homeowner then moved to the small storage room beneath the staircase. The light switch produced a brief flicker before settling, casting the space in a soft, uneven glow. On the floor, a cardboard box had been shifted slightly. Inside, a stack of old magazines had been disturbed. One page had been bent back, its corner creased in a way that didn't match the others. Beneath the magazines, a faint smear of dust suggested the box had been lifted or nudged recently. Later, the hallway offered subtle anomalies. A floor vent, usually covered by the edge of a rug, had shifted slightly, revealing a faint outline of something pressed into the dust beneath. The pattern was irregular, almost organic, suggesting weight had been applied unevenly. Kneeling, The homeowner traced it with a fingertip and noticed a faint thread, nearly invisible, caught on the edge. A light brown fiber that did not belong to any of the rugs or furnishings. In the sunroom, a space usually filled with plants, the homeowner observed a single fern with leaves slightly bent, as if brushed by a hand. The soil in the pot had faint, shallow indentations, tiny depressions that suggested a finger or small tool had been pressed briefly, then withdrawn. On the windowsill, a small, empty envelope had been left behind, its flap tucked in precisely, almost deliberately, though no note remained inside. The garage offered another quiet discovery. Among the tools, a wrench had been repositioned, its handle resting differently against the pegboard. A faint streak of dust along its side was interrupted where a finger had pressed, lifting the powder slightly. Nearby, a broom leaned at an unusual angle, its bristles pressed into the floorboards, leaving faint lines in the dust. A small, curled piece of paper rested beneath it, creased and torn along the edges, the handwriting only partially legible. Check behind. Later, in the study, the homeowner traced the spine of an old book, feeling the edges of the pages with a fingertip. One section was uneven, a subtle shift in alignment. Pulling the book out revealed a small, folded scrap tucked between pages, bearing a series of numbers and letters in precise script. 7A, 19C, 02D. The ink was faint, almost faded, yet the handwriting suggested deliberate care. Evening settled slowly, the house breathing around the homeowner. Each room held its own quiet evidence. Shifted objects, faint smudges, small impressions, and subtle scents. A mixture of dust, metal, damp wood, and faint floral undertones from the sunroom. The wind rustled through the partially open windows, brushing curtains and leaves in a gentle rhythm. The homeowner lingered in the hallway near the staircase, running a fingertip along the railing. The scratches and small dents traced a path, each one slightly different, like echoes of careful movement. Shadows lengthened across the walls, pooling in corners and emphasizing the small irregularities in the house. Every observation deepened the quiet tension. Every anomaly, however slight, insisted on attention, yet the meaning remained just out of reach. The house settled into night, the lights casting soft pools across the floors. The small clues, smudges, shifted objects, scraps of paper, tiny fibers, lingered in the mind like a faint rhythm, a pattern forming imperceptibly, drawing the homeowner forward, step by step, deeper into the quiet unraveling of what had passed through these spaces. Morning arrived gray and still, the house quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves against the windows. The homeowner moved toward the narrow side corridor connecting the kitchen to the garage, a passage often used only for quick trips outside. The walls were lined with hooks for coats and gardening gloves, and the floor was cold, concrete smooth underfoot. A faint streak of dirt traced along the baseboard, interrupted where a shoe had brushed earlier, as if someone had followed a deliberate path along the wall. A small utility closet along the corridor caught their attention. The door was slightly ajar, its latch resting askew. Inside, cleaning supplies stood in neat rows, yet a bottle of bleach had been shifted forward, its cap faintly scuffed. The homeowner reached down, feeling a subtle indentation in the dust beneath the bottle, a shallow curve that suggested a hand or knuckle had pressed there briefly. Beyond the corridor, the garage felt different than usual. The air was cooler, faintly metallic, and a smell of motor oil lingered. Boxes along the far wall had shifted slightly. One labeled camping gear, 2019, had its flap partially open. Inside, a small flashlight rested on top of a folded tarp, its lens smudged faintly. Next to it, a coil of rope had a single strand pulled loose, stretched along the floor in a subtle arc, as if someone had measured or tested its length without moving the rest of the bundle. Outside, the backyard held new details under the muted light. A single stepping stone near the vegetable garden had been nudged out of alignment, forming a tiny gap in the pattern. In the dirt beneath, the homeowner noticed a faint indentation, too small to be a shoe, shallow, almost imperceptible, a finger's press, or something like it. A faint metallic scent hovered in the air again, sharper here, catching slightly in the back of the throat. The sunroom offered another layer of quiet anomalies. One of the fern's leaves had been bent differently than the others, the tip brushing the windowsill where dust had settled unevenly. A small, empty seed packet lay on the floor near the plant stand, as if it had fallen when someone had leaned close. The envelope from yesterday, still tucked on the windowsill, now had a faint crease along one corner, a sign it had been handled carefully, but briefly. The upstairs hallway felt cooler, the light soft through partially closed blinds. The homeowner knelt to inspect the baseboards, noting a faint trail of dust that led toward the linen closet. Inside, a folded towel had been moved slightly, not enough to be obvious, but enough to suggest deliberate attention. Between the folds, a single pin rested, its head catching light, shiny, new, out of place among the fabric. In the guest bedroom, the homeowner noticed a chair pulled slightly forward from its usual position. A notebook lay on the desk, its page open to a diagram they hadn't noticed before, a small sketch of the house's exterior, with arrows pointing toward each window, and a tiny circle drawn at the corner of the property. The pencil lines were faint, smudged slightly, as if traced more than once. Later, the laundry room offered subtle disturbances. A basket of folded clothes had been nudged so that one shirt's sleeve extended over the edge, leaving a crease in the fabric. The dryer door bore faint smudges along the glass, small fingerprints partially wiped away. On the floor near the wall, a tiny thread, darker than any clothing in the house, lay across the baseboard, as if dropped by someone moving carefully through the space. In the kitchen, the fridge handle revealed another anomaly. A small magnet had been rotated slightly, a subtle shift unnoticed before. Beneath it, a scrap of paper slipped behind the appliance, bearing a single word in careful script: corners. The meaning was unclear, yet the placement suggested intention. Evening settled slowly, shadows stretching across the rooms, elongating the lines of the furniture and highlighting the smallest irregularities. The house was filled with quiet evidence: shifted objects, faint smudges, tiny impressions, and subtle scents. Dust, metal, damp wood, faint floral undertones. Each anomaly pulled attention, each detail raised questions, yet the larger pattern remained just out of reach. The homeowner lingered near the staircase, tracing the railing with a fingertip, noting the small scratches and dents. Outside, the wind rustled leaves against the windows, and distant traffic hummed softly. Each subtle trace, the shifted bottle, the nudge in the stepping stone, the faint fiber, the smudged pencil marks, added another layer to the quiet tension threading through the house. Night deepened, and the house seemed to settle around these minute disruptions. Every observation, every small discovery, built a sense of deliberate movement through familiar spaces. The mystery remained patient, waiting for the next subtle revelation, each step through the rooms revealing only more traces, more whispers of presence, leaving the homeowner suspended in quiet anticipation. The next morning, the homeowner's steps carried them toward the garage attic, a small loft above the main storage space that had rarely been explored. The latter groaned under careful weight, and the air was thick with dust and the faint odor of old wood, mingling with a sharp, metallic note that lingered just at the edge of perception. Boxes and crates were stacked haphazardly, some leaning at precarious angles. One crate, its lid slightly ajar, contained old board games, but the pieces inside had been shifted, one pawn lying flat on its side, a card from a deck tucked halfway underneath. The displacement was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet deliberate. Near the far corner, a small window was streaked with condensation, streaks forming parallel lines as if something had been pressed against the glass. The homeowner traced a fingertip along the surface, noticing a faint, oily residue that reflected the muted light. Outside, the yard was wet from overnight dew, the grass heavy and slick underfoot, each blade brushing the hem of pants as they leaned closer to examine the window from outside. A thin line in the soil caught attention, a barely visible track leading toward the side fence, interrupted halfway by a small garden gnome, its paint slightly chipped along the base. Back inside, the hallway offered new subtle clues. A linen closet door, usually flush against the frame, had a tiny gap at the top. Kneeling, the homeowner peered inside and noticed a towel that had been folded differently, the edge tucked tightly as though someone had handled it to avoid leaving more obvious signs. Between the folds, a faint gray fiber rested, coiled along the surface, unlike any fabric in the closet. The study held more small anomalies. On the corner of the desk, a lamp had been rotated slightly, its base resting against the edge differently than usual. A single sheet of graph paper lay beneath it, pencil markings faint and smudged. The homeowner examined the pattern, a series of small, imperfect circles, some connected by lines, others isolated, a deliberate yet cryptic diagram. The edges of the paper were frayed, and a faint scent of graphite mixed with a faint, metallic tang clung to the sheet. The basement, usually ignored, revealed its own traces. A toolbox had been nudged forward, its contents settled differently. A single socket lay on the floor beneath it, its surface clean but for a thin smudge that caught the dim light. On the shelf above, a small box had been shifted, revealing the edge of a paper partially protruding. Unfolding it carefully, the homeowner found a sequence of numbers arranged in uneven rows. 217 to 403, 109. Each set of numbers seemed familiar, yet held no immediate meaning. Upstairs, the sunroom offered another layer of quiet anomalies. A potted plant had been nudged slightly, its leaves brushing the windowsill where a thin layer of dust had settled unevenly. On the floor, a small envelope rested, previously unnoticed, its flap tucked neatly inside. The paper inside bore a single line, "Watch the edges." The handwriting was careful, deliberate, and slightly faded. In the kitchen, a small magnet on the fridge had shifted again, now at a slight angle. Behind it, a folded scrap of paper peeked from the appliance's edge, bearing another cryptic symbol, a triangle with a dot in the center. The magnet's rotation and the placement of the paper suggested intentionality, a quiet signal left for observation rather than notice. Evening settled slowly across the house. Shadows stretched along walls and furniture, the faint hum of distant traffic blending with the wind brushing the roof. Each step through the rooms revealed new subtle differences. A chair slightly moved, a drawer edge pressed against, a faint fingerprint on glass. The air carried traces of smells, dust, metal, damp wood, and faint hints of cleaner or polish, layered over one another, suggesting careful movement through each space. The homeowner lingered at the top of the staircase, fingertips grazing the railing. Small scratches and dents traced a line, each one slightly different, marking the path of movement through the house. The faint light from outside glinted off a thin strand of hair caught along the banister, its presence almost imperceptible. Every detail, the shifted furniture, the smudged paper, the subtle fibers, the faint impressions, was deliberate, yet the larger picture remained unclear. Night deepened, and the house settled into quiet vigilance. The subtle disturbances threaded through every room, every surface, every corner. Nothing demanded attention loudly, yet each trace pulled the homeowner forward, step by step, into a slow, unhurried discovery of patterns that seemed to whisper in the still air, waiting for the next quiet revelation to reveal more of what had passed through these spaces. The morning light filtered through the blinds, slanting across the living room floor and catching tiny particles of dust in the air. The homeowner moved toward the small hall that led to the back porch, noticing that the rug at the threshold was slightly askew. Kneeling, they traced the edge with a fingertip and found a faint outline in the dust, the curve of a small shoe sole pressed lightly, almost imperceptibly. The impression ended abruptly at the doorframe, as if the step had been lifted carefully, deliberately. On the back porch, the wooden floorboards felt damp beneath the feet. One of the chairs had shifted slightly from its usual alignment, leaving shallow grooves in the paint. A small, folded scrap of paper had slipped between the legs of the table, yellowed and creased. The handwriting was careful, almost minuscule, a single line reading, "Edges first." The wind stirred the leaves overhead, carrying the faint scent of soil and wet pine needles. Inside the house, the hallway near the guest bedroom revealed new anomalies. A framed photograph on the wall leaned forward slightly, though it had been flush against the surface the day before. Behind it, a tiny thread of fabric was caught in the corner of the frame, light gray, different from any textiles in the room. The homeowner pulled it free gently, noting its fine, almost silky texture. The kitchen held subtleties overlooked until now. The spice rack had a single jar rotated slightly, its label faced inward rather than outward, its placement out of sync with the others. A faint fingerprint was visible along the glass of the jar, smeared lightly as if touched briefly and with care. On the counter, a single stray kernel of dried corn rested near the sink, its position unusual against the otherwise spotless surface. The attic, rarely entered, offered more details. The small circular window at the far end was slightly fogged at the edges, as if someone had pressed against it and then moved away. A cardboard box stacked against the wall had been nudged forward. Its lid was ajar, revealing a coil of rope inside. The end of the rope protruded slightly, frayed and clean, unlike the rest, suggesting someone had handled it without disturbing the rest of the coil. In the basement, the homeowner examined the shelves lining the walls. One box, labeled holiday decorations, had been shifted slightly, resting at a different angle. Underneath it, the dust on the floor was disturbed in a pattern, a shallow, curved line leading toward the furnace. The homeowner knelt, brushing fingers lightly over the trail and noticing a faint metallic scent rising from the floorboards, subtle but persistent. Upstairs, the sunroom showed further anomalies. A potted fern had leaves bent at unusual angles, brushing lightly against the windowsill. The soil held tiny, shallow depressions, circular and deliberate, as if something small had been pressed briefly and withdrawn. On the floor near the plant stand, a single, empty envelope rested, its flap tucked carefully inside. Inside, a note contained a single word: corners. The staircase revealed a thin strand of hair caught along the banister, fine and light brown, almost invisible unless the hand brushed along the smooth wood. Alongside it, small scratches traced a path down the railing, uneven but deliberate, as if someone had tested the grip at each step. The faint hum of a distant car and the rustle of trees outside highlighted the quiet of the house, each subtle anomaly more pronounced against the stillness. In the study, the desk offered additional minutiae. A sheet of graph paper lay under a lamp, pencil marks faint and smudged, forming incomplete diagrams of the house's interior. Small circles connected by uneven lines, a deliberate but cryptic pattern. The edges of the paper were frayed, and a faint metallic scent lingered, subtle enough to suggest attention to detail rather than carelessness. As evening settled, the house felt heavier, each room thick with the presence of small disturbances. Shifted objects, faint smudges, tiny impressions, and subtle scents layered over familiar spaces, revealing a careful intrusion that resisted immediate comprehension. The homeowner moved slowly, fingertips brushing surfaces, observing shadows and light, tracing lines of dust, and cataloging each anomaly with quiet attention. Night deepened, and the stillness of the house amplified the smallest noises. A floorboard settling, the whisper of curtains in the breeze, a distant car passing. Every trace, shifted furniture, smudged paper, fine fibers, shallow impressions, was deliberate. Yet the meaning remained just out of reach, each subtle discovery adding another layer to the tension that wound tightly through the home, patient, quiet, and insistent. The morning was quiet, almost too quiet, with a soft drizzle tapping against the windows. The homeowner moved toward the small mudroom at the side entrance, the concrete floor damp underfoot. A pair of shoes, usually neatly aligned on the rack, had been nudged forward slightly. One shoe bore a faint smudge of dirt along the sole, tiny specks pressed into the rubber, as if someone had tested the step carefully before moving on. Along the wall, a coat hung at a slightly different height, the fabric creased in a way that suggested it had been lifted and replaced deliberately. Between the folds of the coat, the homeowner noticed a thin, folded scrap of paper, almost invisible. Carefully opening it revealed a single symbol, a triangle with a line bisecting the base. The ink was faint, smudged slightly at the edges. In the garage, the overhead light flickered briefly before settling, casting long shadows across the floor. The workbench was usually neat, yet a small hammer had shifted slightly, its handle resting at a different angle against the pegboard. On the concrete beneath, a faint streak of oil caught the light, not from recent use, but fresh enough to suggest careful placement. Near the back corner, a stack of cardboard boxes had been shifted forward. The top box bore a tiny tear along one edge, as though someone had tested its opening without disturbing the contents. The basement steps creaked under the homeowner's careful descent. At the bottom, the shelves lining the walls revealed subtle differences. A box labeled "Old Papers" had been nudged slightly, the dust along its edge disturbed in a faint arc. The homeowner bent closer and found a small metal paperclip on the floor, bent at an odd angle, different from any others in the jar above. A thin strand of hair, light brown, rested nearby, delicate enough to almost blend into the gray concrete. Upstairs, the hallway near the master bedroom, held more anomalies. The rug had shifted slightly, revealing faint scratches in the wood beneath. A framed photograph leaned forward just enough to catch the edge of the light differently than before. Behind it, a faint fingerprint pressed into the glass, smudged in the corner, barely noticeable. The homeowner's hand lingered over it, noting the deliberate placement, the care taken to obscure it yet leave it as a trace. The sunroom offered another subtle clue. A small, potted plant had been moved from its usual position, leaving a faint imprint in the dust on the windowsill. The soil in the pot bore tiny depressions, circular and shallow, as if a fingertip or small object had been pressed briefly and withdrawn. On the floor beside the plant, a thin scrap of paper rested folded in half, bearing a single word, "Observe." The handwriting was small, precise, deliberate. In the kitchen, the spice cabinet revealed a single jar rotated differently, its label facing inward, its position out of sync with the others. The homeowner lifted it gently, noting a faint fingerprint on the glass, smudged lightly as if tested and then withdrawn. On the counter, a tiny kernel of corn lay alone near the sink, its placement seeming accidental yet deliberate, too precise to ignore. Later, in the study, the homeowner noticed a sheet of graph paper beneath a desk lamp. The pencil markings formed faint circles and arcs, some connected, others isolated, like a cryptic map. Edges of the paper were frayed, and a faint metallic tang clung to it, subtle and almost imperceptible. On the nearby floor, a tiny thread rested against the baseboard, different in texture from any rug or fabric in the room. Evening arrived slowly, the house drawing a curtain of shadows across each room. The air smelled of damp wood, dust, and faint metallic notes. Every room contained small anomalies, shifted objects, smudges, shallow impressions, delicate fibers, and faint traces of scent. The homeowner moved through the spaces deliberately, tracing surfaces with fingertips, observing the shadows and patterns in the light, noting every minute irregularity. At the top of the staircase, they paused, running a hand along the railing. Small scratches traced a path downward, each one slightly different. A thin strand of hair caught along the edge, almost invisible. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, the distant hum of cars barely audible. Each subtle detail, the moved bottle, the rotated jar, the tiny paper scraps, the dust impressions, formed an intricate web, deliberate but indecipherable. The night deepened, quiet and unrelenting. The house seemed to hold its breath, every small disturbance waiting to be noticed, every faint trace lingering like a quiet message. The homeowner traced each one patiently, step by step, room by room, the tension building slowly, imperceptibly, in the careful accumulation of minor, deliberate evidence. The pattern remained elusive, waiting, patient, silent, while the house itself whispered its secrets through the smallest of movements. The next morning, the homeowner found themselves drawn toward the small side pantry, a narrow space tucked between the kitchen and the utility room. The fluorescent strip of light overhead flickered briefly before stabilizing, and the air smelled faintly of dried herbs and old paper from a forgotten recipe book. On the floor, a single cereal box had shifted slightly, its corner scuffed against the edge of the tile. The homeowner knelt, noticing a faint smear along the side of the box, almost like a trace left by a gloved hand. Above, the shelves were lined with jars of preserves, carefully labeled. One jar had been turned so its label faced inward, away from view. The top of the lid bore a subtle fingerprint, pressed lightly, dust clinging to the ridges. Near it, a scrap of wax paper was crumpled at the back of the shelf, edges faintly torn, as if something had been wrapped and unwrapped there recently. In the utility room, the washer and dryer stood side by side. The dryer door had a faint streak across the glass, fingerprints smudged and partially wiped, subtle and deliberate. The laundry basket had been nudged closer to the wall, leaving shallow impressions in the rug beneath it. A single thread lay on the floor beside the basket, a fine strand of pale blue, out of place among the whites and grays of the laundry. The hallway toward the bedrooms was cooler, the carpet fibers damp with overnight humidity. The homeowner paused near the linen closet. A towel had been shifted slightly from its stack, the edges tucked differently, and a tiny pin rested atop the folds. The metal caught a glint of light, suggesting it had been placed carefully rather than dropped. Upstairs, in the spare bedroom, the window latch showed signs of disturbance. The paint around it was faintly scuffed, a narrow line along the edge, though the glass was untouched. The desk in the corner had a notebook left open, pages showing faint sketches of the room itself, a series of squares and lines, some shaded lightly, others left blank. On the floor beneath the desk, a small envelope had slipped out from a drawer. Inside, a single word was written in precise, tiny letters: observe. The attic above the garage offered new anomalies. The ladder creaked under careful weight, and the smell of dust and old wood was heavier here. A cardboard box had been nudged, its lid slightly open. Inside, coiled ropes and tarps were disturbed subtly, not enough to draw attention, but enough to suggest someone had tested or moved them briefly. Near the corner, a small camera case lay slightly askew, the leather strap smudged faintly. In the basement, the homeowner moved toward the shelving where old electronics were stored. A box labeled cables and chargers had been shifted, dust disturbed in a crescent along one side. A thin wire protruded slightly from the stack of cords, frayed at the end but carefully tucked back. On the concrete floor, faint scratches traced an uneven arc, as if something heavy had been lifted and rotated carefully. In the sunroom, light from the early afternoon highlighted a single fern whose leaves had been bent differently from the others. The soil bore shallow, circular depressions, suggesting fingers or a small object pressed briefly and withdrawn. A small, folded scrap of paper rested on the windowsill, a single symbol drawn in precise ink, a circle with a dot in the center. The placement was deliberate, its edges tucked neatly beneath the pot. The kitchen revealed additional subtleties. A spice jar had rotated slightly, its label facing inward, a faint fingerprint along the glass. On the counter, a lone kernel of dried corn rested in a corner, positioned deliberately, yet so small as to be almost unnoticed. Near the sink, a faint metallic tang hung in the air, subtle but persistent, like the echo of handling something unseen. Evening drew the house into shadow. Each room carried quiet evidence: displaced objects, smudges, faint impressions, delicate threads, subtle scents. The homeowner moved slowly, fingertips brushing surfaces, observing the play of light and shadow, cataloging the anomalies. At the top of the staircase, a thin strand of hair caught along the railing, fine and almost invisible, accompanied by small scratches tracing a careful path downward. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the faint hum of distant traffic. Every subtle trace, shifted boxes, rotated jars, crumpled paper, dust impressions, formed a web of deliberate movement, intricate yet elusive. Night deepened, and the house seemed to exhale around the homeowner, holding these traces patiently, each one a quiet signal waiting for the next observation, the next careful touch, the next step toward understanding. The next morning, the homeowner lingered near the hallway leading to the garage, drawn by the faint scent of damp earth seeping from the threshold. The doormat, usually flat and unremarkable, had a slight ridge across the middle, as if pressed unevenly. Kneeling, they traced it with a fingertip, discovering a tiny, triangular indentation in the fibers, subtle and deliberate, as though something small had been tested or placed there briefly. Inside the garage, the overhead light cast muted reflections across the concrete floor. The workbench, normally organized, had been nudged slightly forward, its edge now aligned differently with the pegboard behind it. On the floor beneath, a single screwdriver lay at an angle that disrupted the otherwise neat pattern of tools. Dust along the edge of the bench revealed faint smudges, interrupted in precise spots, suggesting careful handling rather than accident. In the corner, a stack of plastic bins held gardening supplies. One lid had been shifted slightly, revealing a coil of twine pressed against the side. The end of the twine was frayed and clean, its position suggesting someone had lifted it briefly and set it back down with care. A thin strand of hair rested across the top of the coil, pale and nearly invisible, curling against the dust. The basement staircase creaked under careful steps. The shelves along the walls held boxes of old electronics and paperwork. One box, labeled Receipts and Manuals, had been shifted forward, leaving a shallow arc in the dust. The homeowner knelt to examine it, noticing a faint metallic scent rising from the floor beneath. A single bent paperclip lay nearby, different from the others in the jar on the shelf, the curve suggesting deliberate placement. Upstairs, the spare bedroom held small irregularities. A chair near the window was pulled slightly forward, its legs resting unevenly on the carpet. A notebook on the desk lay open, showing faint sketches of the room itself, squares and lines, some shaded lightly, some left blank. On the floor beneath the desk, a small envelope had slipped out from a drawer. Inside, a single word was written in precise, tiny letters: observe. In the attic above the garage, the ladder groaned under weight. The air was thick with dust, mixed with the faint tang of aged wood and motor oil. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, but one in the corner had been nudged, its lid slightly open. Inside, coiled ropes and tarps showed subtle disturbances, as though someone had handled them without moving the rest of the contents. Near the corner, a small leather camera case lay slightly askew, its strap faintly smudged. The sunroom revealed additional clues in the late afternoon light. A potted fern had leaves bent differently, brushing against the windowsill. The soil bore shallow circular impressions, as if pressed briefly and withdrawn. On the floor beside the plant, a folded scrap of paper carried a single symbol, a circle with a dot in the center. Its placement was deliberate, the edges tucked neatly beneath the pot. The kitchen held subtle irregularities. A spice jar had been rotated slightly, its label facing inward. Faint fingerprints streaked the glass, smudged lightly. On the counter, a lone kernel of dried corn rested near the sink, positioned deliberately, though almost unnoticed. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, subtle and persistent. Evening cast long shadows across the rooms. The house was layered with quiet evidence, shifted objects, faint smudges, delicate threads, shallow impressions, scraps of paper, and subtle scents. The homeowner moved deliberately through the spaces, fingertips tracing surfaces, observing light and shadow, cataloging every anomaly. At the top of the staircase, they paused, fingertips brushing the railing. Small scratches traced a careful path downward. A fine strand of hair clung to the wood. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, and distant traffic hummed softly. Each trace moved boxes, rotated jars, crumpled paper, dust impressions, added to an intricate web of deliberate movement. Night deepened, and the house seemed to hold its breath, every trace lingering, waiting, patient, subtle, as if inviting the homeowner to follow each quiet sign into the next layer of mystery. The first light of dawn seeped through the sheer curtains, softening the edges of the living room. The homeowner moved quietly toward the fireplace, where a row of kindling and small logs were stacked. One log, slightly darker than the others, bore faint smudges along the bark, as if touched lightly with gloves. A small fleck of ash clung to the edge, out of place, and the homeowner's fingers traced it gently, noting the unusual placement. In the adjoining library, rows of books sat on shelves in familiar order. Yet one book had been nudged forward, its spine flush against the edge of the shelf instead of recessed. The cover bore a faint smudge near the bottom corner. Pulling it out, the homeowner discovered a thin slip of paper tucked inside, folded into quarters. Unfolding it revealed a string of numbers written in tiny, precise handwriting: 109, 217, 403. The numbers seemed familiar, though their meaning remained elusive. The mudroom offered further subtleties. The wooden bench had been shifted slightly from the wall, leaving shallow impressions in the tile. A single sock, previously unseen, lay crumpled in the corner. Its fabric was clean, but a faint smear of something brown along the cuff suggested careful handling rather than neglect. Above, hooks for coats showed no signs of disturbance, yet one strap hung at a different angle than usual, hinting at minimal but deliberate movement. Downstairs in the basement, the shelves containing old tools were carefully examined. A paint can had been rotated, its label now partially hidden behind the neighboring cans. The lid bore a faint fingerprint, smudged but distinct. On the concrete floor, a shallow line curved away from the can, leading toward a stack of wooden planks. Along the edge of one plank, a single, tiny chip of wood caught the light, a subtle mark indicating it had been nudged or lifted recently. In the guest bedroom, the window was slightly ajar, though it had been closed the previous evening. The latch bore a faint smudge along the metal edge. On the windowsill, a small pebble rested, out of place among the dust and light debris. The homeowner picked it up, noting a thin scratch along one side, subtle enough to have gone unnoticed. The sunroom's floorboards creaked softly underfoot. The large potted plant in the corner had soil disturbed in shallow, circular depressions, each one tiny and deliberate. Nearby, a scrap of paper lay folded under the edge of the plant stand, marked with a simple symbol, a triangle within a circle. The ink was faint, edges smudged just slightly. The placement suggested intentionality, a quiet signal meant to be found, but not immediately obvious. In the kitchen, the spice rack revealed minor shifts. A jar of cumin had been rotated, its label inward. A faint fingerprint streaked across the glass. On the counter, near the sink, a single dried clove lay angled differently than the rest, as though moved with care. The air smelled faintly of citrus cleaner and damp wood, an overlapping layer of domestic familiarity and subtle disturbance. Upstairs, the staircase railing continued to reveal traces of movement. Fine scratches traced the wood, uneven but deliberate. A single strand of pale brown hair clung to the banister. The homeowner's hand lingered over it, tracing the line downward, noticing that each scratch seemed measured, purposeful, almost as though guiding the next movement. The attic, accessed through a narrow hatch in the hallway, held an even heavier scent of dust and old cardboard. A box of holiday decorations had been nudged slightly, its lid ajar. Inside, tinsel and ribbons had been rearranged, strands displaced just enough to suggest careful inspection. In the corner, a small, leather-bound journal lay on the floor, its cover scuffed, pages slightly bent. Opening it revealed faint, looped handwriting, sketches of doorways, windows, and floor patterns, each drawn meticulously but cryptically. Outside, the morning mist hovered low over the garden. Footprints in the damp soil were shallow, partial, interrupted by flower beds and stone paths, as if someone had walked carefully, testing each step. A single garden trowel lay at the edge of the vegetable patch, its handle clean, but its blade streaked faintly with earth, angled deliberately toward the house. Each movement, each subtle disturbance, every small object, shifted furniture, tiny smudges, faint scratches, stray threads, delicate impressions in dust or soil, formed a quiet, intricate pattern throughout the home. The homeowner moved slowly, cataloging each trace, brushing fingertips lightly over surfaces, leaning closer to observe angles and textures, aware that every minor clue contributed to a larger, unfolding puzzle, patient and deliberate, yet still just beyond understanding. The late afternoon light slanted through the kitchen window, illuminating the edge of the counter where a faint smear of dust clung to the ceramic tile. The homeowner bent closer, noticing that the pattern of smudges suggested careful movement, deliberate and controlled, as if someone had traced their fingers along the surface while avoiding the more obvious areas. A tiny fleck of dried paint rested near the edge of the counter, its color slightly different from any used in the house, subtle enough to almost be overlooked. In the hallway closet, jackets and coats hung as usual, yet one sleeve had been turned inward, as if someone had brushed past it lightly. Beneath, the carpet showed faint impressions of shoe soles pressed briefly, leading toward the door but stopping short of the threshold. The homeowner knelt, tracing the shallow depressions, noting the uneven spacing, deliberate and irregular. The basement offered another quiet anomaly. The furnace room smelled faintly of oil and dust, and the metal access panel had a scratch along the lower edge, small but precise. Nearby, a cardboard box labeled Tools and Hardware had been nudged forward slightly. A coil of wire inside the box had a single loop displaced from the rest, frayed at one end. The homeowner reached for it and felt a subtle metallic tang on their fingertips, almost imperceptible, lingering even after the wire was set back. In the spare bedroom, the window curtain had been lifted and replaced unevenly. Light from the late sun revealed faint dust lines along the sill where fingers had brushed, delicate enough that they were only visible from this angle. On the floor beneath, a tiny scrap of paper rested, folded multiple times, inked with a single symbol, a vertical line intersecting a circle. Its edges were smudged faintly, and it seemed placed deliberately in the corner, almost as if meant to be discovered. The sunroom revealed more subtle traces. A small fern's leaves were bent slightly, brushing against one another in a way that suggested they had been moved carefully. The soil bore shallow depressions, tiny and deliberate. On the windowsill, another scrap of paper was tucked beneath a potted plant, the faint outline of a different symbol etched lightly in pencil, a triangle enclosed within a square. The homeowner picked it up, the paper thin and fragile, edges curling under the touch. In the attic, the floorboards creaked under careful steps. Dust lay thick in patches, but along one beam, the homeowner found faint streaks, tiny grooves in the wood that led to a small cardboard box. Its lid was slightly ajar, and inside, ropes and tarps were rearranged, disturbed just enough to suggest careful inspection. On top, a pair of gloves lay folded, one glove bearing a faint streak of something brown along the cuff. The garage held additional clues. A row of garden tools leaned neatly against the wall, yet one rake had been shifted forward slightly, leaving a subtle impression in the concrete. Near it, a single pebble rested on the floor, positioned deliberately along the edge of a floor mat. Its surface bore a faint scratch, like it had been moved carefully across the concrete and placed back again. Evening settled slowly, the shadows deepening throughout the house. Each room carried quiet disturbances, shifted objects, smudges, shallow impressions, stray threads, delicate scraps of paper, subtle scents of metal and soil. The homeowner moved from room to room, fingertips brushing surfaces, observing angles and light, cataloging each trace. On the staircase, the railing revealed a faint trail of scratches, uneven but deliberate. A thin strand of light brown hair clung to the polished wood, curling softly in the breeze from the open window above. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, rustling leaves and carrying the faint hum of distant cars. Each small anomaly, the rotated jars, the tiny scraps, the smudges, the subtle impressions in dust and soil, layered over familiar spaces, forming a quiet, intricate pattern. The house seemed to breathe around the homeowner, each subtle movement, each careful trace lingering, patient and deliberate. Every clue invited attention, every minor irregularity demanded observation. Shadows stretched long, dust motes floated slowly in shafts of light, and the house held its quiet secrets, waiting for the next careful step to reveal what lay hidden beneath the ordinary surfaces of everyday life. The next morning, the homeowner returned to the mudroom with a notebook in hand, reviewing each anomaly from the previous days. They moved slowly, touching surfaces and retracing steps, allowing the mind to linger on each subtle clue. The small paper scraps, the smudges, the faint impressions, all began to align in a pattern that had previously seemed chaotic. The first realization came quietly in the kitchen. The kernel of corn, the displaced spice jar, and the faint fingerprints on the glass all matched the movements of a small child. Each disturbance was careful, tentative, exploratory, lacking the deliberateness of an intruder with intent to steal or harm. The homeowner recalled the day a neighbor had mentioned that their niece sometimes visited unannounced, a detail long forgotten until now. The footprints in the garden, shallow and interrupted, suddenly made sense. They weren't someone testing the ground. They were a child moving carefully between plants, fascinated by the texture of soil and the arrangement of stones. The impressions in the potted plants, the bent leaves, the small symbols on paper, all were attempts at play, marks left during quiet observation, mimicry of the homeowner's routines and the shapes in the home. In the attic, the shifted ropes and gloves now seemed less menacing. The gloves were small, belonging to a child, and the rearranged ropes were part of a forgotten game, perhaps inspired by the neighbor's previous stories of improvised forts and imaginative play. The faint brown streaks on the cuff of one glove were remnants of mud from outdoor exploration, the same color as the soil in the garden. Even the strange symbols, triangles, circles, vertical lines, fit this pattern. They were copied from notebooks, sketches, or the shapes of furniture, an innocent attempt to mark the home in a way that felt significant to a small observer. Each folded scrap of paper, each precise placement under a plant or behind a book, had been done with care, but without understanding the meaning it might create for someone else. The homeowner moved slowly through the living room, noticing again the displaced log in the fireplace and the tiny ash fleck. Now it seemed to belong to the curiosity of small hands exploring textures and contrasts, playing quietly while the house slept. The faint metallic tangs in the basement and laundry areas were likely residues from tinkering with small toys, forgotten craft materials, or dropped coins and paper clips. By afternoon, a quiet sense of clarity settled over the homeowner. The house, layered with minor disturbances and careful traces, had not been violated in a malicious way. It had been visited gently, curiously, by a child navigating a space that was simultaneously familiar and fascinating. Each clue, when seen in this light, transformed from a signal of intrusion into a map of exploration and observation. The homeowner sat in the sunroom, the light warming the room and highlighting the previously mysterious scraps of paper and dust impressions. There was relief in the realization, a gentle settling of tension. The home's small anomalies were no longer threatening, but were reminders of someone else's quiet presence, playful and tentative. Evening fell, soft and steady. The wind stirred the trees outside, the distant hum of traffic mingling with the subtle creaks of the house itself. The homeowner walked through each room one last time, touching surfaces lightly, noting the careful placements once more, now with understanding instead of suspicion. The house exhaled around them, ordinary and familiar once again. The subtle mysteries unraveled through quiet reflection and attentive observation. The traces remained, small and delicate, but they no longer whispered of danger. They spoke instead of curiosity, of a presence that had moved through the home gently, leaving evidence of wonder rather than harm. The day closed softly, the house calm, and the homeowner felt a sense of closure in the quiet, patient understanding that had brought the truth into view. Case 3. Emergency responders arrived to find a man unresponsive in his bedroom. A weekly pill organizer lay nearby. Every compartment was correct except for Sundays, where the capsules had been swapped for identical shells filled with compressed flour, noticeably lighter than the prescribed medication. The bedroom smelled faintly of lavender and old paper. The man's reading glasses lay on the nightstand, one arm bent at an awkward angle. Sunlight fell through half-closed blinds, striping the carpet in thin, dusty lines. On the dresser, a stack of unopened letters waited, each envelope slightly curled at the edges. The smell of faint dust mingled with the lingering scent of the lavender air freshener. A neighbor, asked to recount the morning, spoke quietly. The man had seemed fine the day before, moving about his apartment with routine precision. Coffee, newspaper, a walk to the mailbox. Nothing had seemed amiss. The neighbor hesitated, glancing down at her shoes. There was a pause, a small catch in her voice, before she added that the man's routine was meticulous. He never missed a pill, she said, almost to herself. On the kitchen counter, a coffee cup sat half full, lipstick smudged on its rim. The liquid had cooled into a dull brown, streaked with faint rings where it had sat undisturbed. Cabinets were neatly aligned. A faint smell of roasted coffee beans lingered. The refrigerator door had a collection of magnets, postcards, and a faded grocery list scribbled in careful, looping handwriting. Nothing appeared out of place. Yet, in the drawer below the sink, A small packet of sugar substitutes had been torn open in a way that suggested a hurried search. In the bathroom, tiles were slightly damp. A single towel hung over the rack, frayed at one corner. The mirror reflected a pale morning light, and in it, subtle smudges hinted that someone had wiped it recently. The faucet handles were polished, fingerprints faint but visible, suggesting regular cleaning. The medicine cabinet contained a familiar assortment, bottles lined up in order, labels facing outward. Each one seemed untouched, except for the weekly pill organizer on the bed. The Sunday compartment, with its swapped capsules, sat like a quiet anomaly among the orderly rows. Outside, the hallway carpet was worn at the edges, soft underfoot with the muted smell of detergent. The doorknob of the apartment opposite the man's was loose, squeaking slightly when turned. Somewhere beyond, a child's laughter echoed faintly, distant and unconnected, yet grounding the scene in ordinary life. The responders worked methodically. One carefully photographed the pill organizer, while another examined the packaging of the man's prescriptions. The labels were consistent with the pharmacy records. The pills themselves were intact, nothing broken or crumbled. Still, the Sunday capsules felt lighter when held between fingers, and a faint, almost imperceptible chalky scent lingered. A neighbor from across the hall offered that the man occasionally hosted small gatherings, mostly card games and quiet dinners. Nothing unusual, she said, her tone flat. Yet when asked if anyone had visited recently, she paused. There was a friend, someone I don't know very well. Came by Sunday afternoon, I think. Her eyes drifted down the hallway. They didn't stay long, just a few minutes. On the balcony, the morning air carried the smell of wet earth from a nearby garden. The railing was warm from the early sun. A small ceramic pot, cracked at the edge, held a withering basil plant. Its leaves were dry at the tips, brittle enough to crumble under the lightest touch. Nothing seemed immediately connected, yet the sense of things slightly off, imperceptibly wrong, hovered in the air like a shadow. The investigators moved slowly through the apartment, noting these subtle signs. A chair slightly pulled out from the dining table, a faint scratch on the hardwood near the kitchen. The way the window latch had a faint smear, as if touched by someone's fingertips. No single detail screamed malice, yet together they hinted at disruption, a quiet intrusion into a meticulously maintained life. Outside the building, a courier paused near the entrance, glancing at the apartment number. He remembered delivering a small package just the day before. The delivery slip indicated it had been signed for, not by the man himself, but by someone else. The signature was hurried, almost illegible, a looping scrawl that didn't match the man's usual neat handwriting. Back in the apartment, the pill organizer remained on the bed, a small, unassuming object that now carried the weight of suspicion. The morning light shifted slightly, casting long shadows across the room. Each shadow seemed to linger just enough to make the ordinary appear slightly uncanny. The quiet tick of a wall clock marked the passage of time, slow and steady, as if counting moments that had already changed everything. A soft knock came at the door, polite and deliberate. It was the building superintendent, carrying a clipboard. "Just checking in," he said. His voice was calm, routine, as though unaware that beneath the calm, a disturbance had taken root. He glanced around the apartment, eyes catching on details. A chair askew, the open drawer, the way the sunlight pooled on the bedspread. He didn't say anything, only noted it in his mind, a subtle acknowledgement of disorder. And so the apartment settled into stillness again. Each sound, footsteps, distant traffic, the faint hum of an air conditioner, highlighting the quiet anomalies, the things slightly out of place, the small dissonances that would, if pieced together carefully, begin to tell a story. But that story, for now, remained just beyond reach, woven in shadows and whispered in the smallest, almost imperceptible details of an ordinary Sunday morning. The investigators left the apartment reluctantly, stepping into the narrow corridor where the scent of cleaning solution lingered faintly. The building felt unusually quiet for a weekday morning, the distant thrum of a vacuum somewhere in the lobby punctuating the otherwise still air. In the stairwell, paint was chipped along the edges, revealing the older layer beneath, and a faint scuff mark traced a diagonal path across one step. The lead investigator crouched briefly, examining it, brushing a fingertip along the dust. It was soft, slightly disturbed, as though someone had knelt or dragged something heavy. Outside, the city unfolded in muted spring light. The sidewalks were damp from an early drizzle, the air carrying the faint, metallic tang of wet concrete. A courier pushed a handcart past the building, wheels clicking over uneven slabs, while a man on a bicycle coasted silently down the street, water dripping from his backpack. The investigator noted the rhythm of ordinary life, how it contrasted with the subtle disorder inside the apartment. They went next to a small, independent pharmacy a few blocks away. The air smelled sharply of antiseptic and paper receipts. Shelves held rows of pill bottles, lined neatly, their colors muted under fluorescent bulbs. The pharmacist moved deliberately, counting bottles into brown paper bags, pausing now and then to verify labels. When asked about recent refills for the man, he hesitated, reaching for the records. "Nothing unusual, except Sunday morning," he said finally, voice low. There was a refill collected by someone else. He didn't usually let anyone handle that. He tapped a finger against the counter. Signature looks legitimate, but off, almost rushed. Hard to say. The investigator stepped outside again, noticing a small cafe across the street. Steam rose from the open kitchen window, mingling with the faint smell of roasted beans. Through the glass, a barista wiped down a counter with a damp cloth, tracing circles in the worn wood. A notebook lay open near the register, its pages crowded with scribbled orders. On the edge of one page, a small sketch of a pill organizer, roughly drawn, had been circled twice. It was the sort of trivial mark one might overlook, but the investigator paused, remembering the swapped capsules, the courier's signature, the faint smudge on the apartment window. Later, in a narrow alley behind the apartment building, the air was cooler, tinged with the faint odor of damp cardboard and dust. A small dumpster was pushed slightly askew, its lid bearing fingerprints faint but visible in the morning light. One of the responders knelt to examine it, brushing away a layer of dirt. A torn fragment of paper emerged, a portion of a prescription label partially smudged, with a Sunday date still legible. The investigator set it carefully aside, noting the slight burn marks along one edge, as if someone had hastily tried to destroy it. At the local laundromat, the smell of detergent and warm fabric softened the outside chill. The washing machines thumped rhythmically, lids rattling with each spin. The man's laundry bag sat on a folding table, unopened. Socks were folded precisely, as though he had prepared them the day before. A small stain on a shirt cuff, faint and brown, drew the investigator's eye. It was not blood, nor anything immediately alarming, but the irregularity struck him, the way something so ordinary could hold a clue if examined carefully. The building's superintendent called again that afternoon, a quiet voice over the phone. He had noticed a visitor lingering near the stairwell the previous Sunday, someone unfamiliar who had looked up at the apartments before moving on. Didn't seem like a friend or neighbor, he said. Just watching, maybe. He paused. I didn't think much of it at the time. Back at the apartment, the sunlight had shifted, spilling warm bands across the floorboards. The pill organizer remained in place, innocuous yet central. On the bedspread, a faint wrinkle caught the light, as though it had been disturbed, perhaps by the brief presence of the visitor. A notebook lay half open on the nightstand, filled with neat handwriting detailing refill schedules and minor observations about daily routines. On the last page, a small annotation in a different hand. Quick, almost a scrawl. Read, Sunday, unsure. Evening fell, softening the city outside into a palette of muted grays and amber. Streetlights flickered on, reflecting off puddles, while distant traffic hummed faintly. The investigators reviewed photographs, labels, and fingerprints, noting patterns that did not yet form a clear picture. Every small detail, the courier's signature, the torn label fragment, the scrawled note, the tiny smudges, hinted at intervention, but its purpose remained opaque. The quiet of the apartment seemed almost alive, each ordinary object now pregnant with significance. The coffee cup with lipstick stains, the cracked basil pot on the balcony, the wrinkle in the bedspread, the uneven scuff in the stairwell. Nothing screamed danger, yet nothing could be ignored. Outside, the city carried on, indifferent, while inside, the fragments of routine life, slightly askew, whispered that something imperceptibly wrong had passed through, leaving traces that would take patience, observation, and careful reflection to understand. Night deepened, and the apartment settled into stillness once more. The faint tick of the wall clock, the subtle hum of a refrigerator, and the distant murmur of traffic became the only sounds. In that quiet, the investigators' notes and photographs lay ready, yet the full story hovered just beyond grasp. And somewhere among the ordinary, in the spaces between careful routines and faint anomalies, the truth waited, small, hidden, and patient. The following morning, the investigators returned to the apartment building. The hallway carpet was faintly damp from a recent cleaning, and the faint scent of ammonia mingled with the lingering odor of wet concrete from outside. The superintendent unlocked the basement storage area, where the building kept and used furniture and boxes that had accumulated over years. Dust hung in the air, stirred by their footsteps, and sunlight filtered through small, high windows, slanting in narrow bands across stacked cardboard. Among the boxes, one caught the investigators' attention, a shallow cardboard container with loose envelopes, some yellowed, some freshly printed. Inside, there were receipts from the local pharmacy, some addressed to the man, others with different names entirely. One envelope contained a small, folded note with a time and a name scribbled hastily. The ink was smudged, as though it had been handled with damp fingers. The investigator held it against the light, noting the subtle crease marks, the faint fingerprint smudge near the corner. Later, at a quiet coffee shop across the street, the air smelled of brewed beans and the faint tang of sugar and milk. The barista, a young man with ink-stained fingers, remembered seeing a man who matched the visitor's description. He came in Sunday morning, the barista said, voice low, almost hesitant. Didn't order anything. Just stood there a minute, looked around, then left. He paused, swirling a spoon in a cup of warm water. I thought it was odd. No one just stands around like that. A walk to the nearby park revealed more subtle details. The grass was wet from morning dew, the air faintly earthy, and the paths were dotted with tiny puddles reflecting the overcast sky. A park bench bore an unusual scratch along the armrest, shallow but deliberate, and beneath it, a small fragment of paper had been trapped in the wood grain. The investigator carefully lifted it, part of a printed label, the edges frayed, a small number still legible. It resembled a prescription sticker, though torn beyond full clarity. Back in the apartment, the lead investigator examined the man's personal laptop, left powered on but locked. The faint warmth of the keyboard suggested recent use. A sticky note, barely visible at the corner of the screen, bore a single word: check. Nearby, a calendar on the wall was annotated with small symbols in the same handwriting, circles around Sundays, tiny slashes beside weekdays, something meticulous, yet cryptic. The corridor outside was quiet again, punctuated by distant conversations and the occasional clatter of a laundry cart. A neighbor passing by mentioned a sound the previous Sunday, like the clink of metal, maybe a dropped key or coin, nothing alarming. But it had struck her as unusual only in retrospect. The investigator made a note. Small auditory clues that might otherwise be discarded could now carry significance. Later, they visited a small shipping office a few blocks away. The clerk remembered a package picked up Sunday morning, addressed to the man, with an alternate signature recorded. The handwriting was hurried, almost illegible, a stark contrast to the man's neat script. The clerk's eyes flickered when recalling the collection. It didn't feel right, just a gut feeling. The investigator examined the package slip, noting minor irregularities, the ink pressure inconsistent, a faint smudge on the top edge. Returning to the apartment, sunlight had shifted, falling across the bedspread and highlighting the tiny wrinkle from the previous day. The pill organizer remained where it had been, its compartments closed, a quiet sentinel. On the nightstand, the man's notebook was open to a page listing medications, refill dates, and the faint annotation Sunday, unsure, in hurried scrawl. Nearby, a pen rested slightly off-center, its tip worn but the ink consistent. In the kitchen, a faint smear of residue along the counter edge caught the investigator's attention, a trace of powdered substance, almost invisible unless caught in the right light. Not immediately identifiable, but worth testing. The coffee cup from the previous day had been cleared, replaced with a plain mug with a faint lip stain, dried brown and sticky to the touch. Outside, evening settled softly, the city slowing. Streetlights glimmered across wet asphalt. Distant conversations floated through open windows, and the occasional car passed with tires hissing lightly. The apartment's interior, in contrast, was hushed. Each sound, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the distant ticking of a wall clock, the whisper of air through a slightly open window, accentuated the subtle dislocations. A creased envelope, a smudged fingerprint, a torn label fragment, a hurried note. Even as the city continued its indifferent rhythm, these small anomalies accumulated. The investigator paused, tracing the light across the bedspread, the corner of the notebook, the faint powder on the counter. Each observation was quiet, deliberate, part of a larger mosaic yet unseen. Somewhere within these ordinary spaces, the threads of an intrusion, a careful disruption, and a concealed act lingered, patient, subtle, waiting to be understood. The night deepened further, and the apartment held its breath. Shadows shifted slowly across walls and furniture. Each object, each minor irregularity, seemed to carry its own whisper. The case had not yet revealed its full story, but the quiet, meticulous investigation pressed on, drawing closer to the small, almost imperceptible patterns that would, in time, illuminate what had happened on that Sunday. The next morning, the investigator returned to the neighborhood on foot, the city streets damp from an overnight drizzle. Puddles reflected the muted gray of early light, and the faint smell of wet asphalt mingled with baked bread from a nearby bakery. The narrow alley behind the apartment building appeared different in the softer morning glow. The dumpster still leaned slightly to one side, its lid bearing the same fingerprints as before, and the fragment of torn paper lay half hidden against the base, dampened by condensation. A few doors down, a small stationery shop was just opening. The bell above the door jingled softly as the clerk adjusted the display of notebooks and envelopes. The investigator noticed a faint scuff along the edge of the wooden counter, almost imperceptible, yet it drew attention. The clerk mentioned that a man matching the visitor's description had been in the previous Sunday, buying padded envelopes and small labels. He hadn't asked many questions, only glanced quickly at the shelves and then paid with cash, folding the receipt carefully and slipping it into his coat pocket. Continuing down the street, the investigator paused at a laundromat tucked behind a row of low brick buildings. The smell of warm detergent and spinning clothes was comforting in its ordinariness. Through the glass, the investigator noticed a chair slightly out of place near the folding tables. A small sock, not belonging to any laundry load, lay balled up underneath it. The edges of the sock were frayed, its color dulled by repeated washes, but there was a faint powder residue inside. The investigator noted it, wondering if it was an abandoned piece or a clue left inadvertently. Later, in the municipal library a few blocks away, the investigator sought out public records. The air was cool and faintly musty, the scent of old paper pressing softly against the senses. Shelves towered above, and the investigator traced labels carefully, looking for rental records, visitor logs, and building permits. In a binder for recent deliveries, a small note was tucked between pages, partially obscured. It mentioned the apartment number and a time, 11:42 a.m. on Sunday. The handwriting was hasty, not matching the man's usual neat style. Returning to the apartment in the early afternoon, the sunlight shifted, illuminating dust motes that floated lazily through the air. On the kitchen counter, the faint residue remained, now accompanied by a tiny hair, nearly transparent. It could have come from the man or from someone else entirely. On the balcony, the basil plant drooped further, a small brown leaf curling over the edge of its cracked ceramic pot. The investigator touched it lightly. The brittle texture crumbled in his fingers. In the living room, the carpet revealed new traces under careful inspection, subtle impressions, as if small objects had been moved or dropped. A faint chalky line stretched near the corner of the rug, almost invisible unless the morning light caught it just right. The investigator bent to examine it, brushing the edge of the line with a fingertip. It left a faint streak, soft, powdery, and faintly sweet in scent. At a quiet diner across the street, the investigator spoke to a waitress who remembered the man hosting small gatherings in his apartment. She paused before mentioning that a delivery had been left one Sunday by someone she did not recognize. It was odd, she said softly. He usually met people at the door himself. But this one, the person stayed just long enough to hand it over, then left. Didn't see inside, didn't linger. As evening fell, the city streets quieted. Lights from nearby buildings reflected softly on the wet pavement, and a light breeze carried the faint aroma of nearby flowers and damp earth. The apartment, when re-entered, felt slightly different. Each object seemed to retain a memory of movement. The small wrinkle on the bedspread, the notebook slightly shifted on the nightstand, the faint powder on the kitchen counter. The subtle dissonances accumulated, quiet, persistent. The investigator moved carefully through the rooms, noting details. A single coffee cup placed atop a coaster slightly askew. A magazine opened to a page with a circled word, the faint indentation of a pen that had been removed moments earlier. Outside, the hum of distant traffic and the occasional footstep in the hallway served as soft punctuation, grounding the otherwise still scene in reality. In the bedroom, the pill organizer remained closed, its compartments ordinary yet suspect. The faint annotation, Sunday, unsure, lingered in the notebook. Nearby, the window latch bore a tiny smudge, possibly from someone's fingertips. The investigator pressed gently, leaving a faint print beside it for documentation, aware that each minor irregularity might hold significance. Night settled over the apartment and the city alike. The soft ticking of the wall clock, the hum of the refrigerator, and the occasional creak of the building framed the quiet persistence of investigation. Every trace, hair, smudge, fragment, annotation, residue, added to the slowly expanding picture. Yet, the full story remained just out of reach, waiting in the small, almost imperceptible shifts of ordinary life. Subtle signs that hinted at an invisible presence that had moved quietly through the man's Sunday. The next morning, the investigator walked along the quiet residential streets, where early sunlight glinted off puddles left from the previous night's drizzle. The air smelled faintly of damp soil and freshly baked bread from a small bakery 2 blocks away. The faint scuff of shoes on wet concrete echoed softly against the brick facades of the buildings. He paused at a small florist tucked between 2 low apartment blocks. Inside, the scent of soil, cut flowers, and faint fertilizer hung heavily. A florist was arranging a vase of daisies, hands damp with water. The investigator noticed a small pile of discarded stems on the counter. One stem had a tiny, dark smear near the base, barely noticeable unless inspected closely. When asked, the florist remembered delivering a small potted plant to the man's apartment on Sunday morning. She mentioned the recipient had been polite but distracted, glancing frequently toward the building's corridor. At the municipal post office, a clerk recalled a package sent to the apartment that Sunday. It had been left in a drop box and collected by a postal worker in the late afternoon. The collection slip showed the time, but the signature for pickup was faint, scrawled over previous lines, suggesting haste or uncertainty. The clerk noted the slip had been handled quickly, not examined with the usual care. Back at the apartment, the investigator examined the balcony more closely. The cracked basil pot revealed a small shard of ceramic beneath it, almost hidden by the soil. It bore a fine line of dust and a barely visible smear of light powder. Nearby, a tiny feather had lodged between the balcony railing and the floor tile, pale and incongruous against the urban setting. It was delicate, almost imperceptible, but its presence suggested movement, something brushed or dropped. The hallway outside the apartment smelled faintly of cleaning supplies and wet carpet. The superintendent mentioned noticing the hallway light flicker intermittently on Sunday afternoon, though he dismissed it at the time. The investigator bent to examine the floor, noting a faint trail of tiny scuffs leading from the stairwell to the elevator, subtle enough to be overlooked, yet inconsistent with normal foot traffic. Later, at a small stationery shop across the street, the investigator examined packages and labels. The clerk remembered a man asking for reinforced envelopes and small adhesive labels, explaining he needed to send something carefully. He had not asked questions, paid with cash, and left in a hurry. A tiny mark on the counter, faint and circular, suggested the edge of a bottle or container had been pressed there briefly. The investigator returned to the apartment in late afternoon. Sunlight angled through the blinds, illuminating dust in the air, casting thin, sharp lines across the floor. On the nightstand, the notebook lay open. The entry Sunday, unsure, seemed more deliberate now, the ink slightly smudged, as if wiped once or handled quickly. The coffee cup, replaced since yesterday, showed faint rings on the coaster, nearly imperceptible, suggesting repeated use. In the kitchen, the powder on the counter was sampled carefully. Its color was dull white, and it left a faint trace on the fingertips, dry and soft, almost imperceptible to smell but distinct in texture. A small cabinet under the sink had been slightly ajar, revealing cleaning cloths arranged neatly, except for one that appeared slightly crumpled. A corner of it had a faint residue matching the powder on the counter. By evening, the investigator ventured to the small park 2 blocks from the apartment. Dew still clung to the grass, and the faint smell of wet earth carried through the cool air. A park bench bore faint scratches along the top edge, shallow but deliberate. Beneath it, a fragment of paper, tiny, almost invisible, was trapped in a crevice. It bore a partial number and smudge of ink, reminiscent of prescription labels from the apartment. Returning to the apartment, the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint ticking of the wall clock framed the quiet space. The investigator moved slowly, noting each anomaly. The wrinkle in the bedspread, the smudge on the window latch, the tiny feather on the balcony floor, the faint powder residue, the fragment of paper. All were ordinary, almost invisible, yet together they suggested subtle disruption, a quiet hand moving through the apartment, leaving traces that could easily be dismissed. Outside, the city had settled into evening. Streetlights reflected off wet pavement. Distant conversations drifted through open windows, and tires hissed on damp asphalt. Inside, the apartment held its own rhythm. Soft creaks of the floorboards, the gentle shift of air from the slightly open window, the faint smell of coffee lingering in the kitchen. Each sound, each detail, threaded together to form a lattice of small, persistent clues, all pointing toward an invisible presence that had passed through on that Sunday, leaving behind whispers of an act yet to be fully understood. The investigator paused in the center of the living room, hands resting lightly on the sofa arms. Dust motes floated in the last rays of sunlight, moving almost imperceptibly with the draft. Each object, pill organizer, notebook, coffee cup, balcony shard, held its own quiet story. The case had not yet revealed itself, but the rhythm of observation, of careful attention to detail, was slowly drawing the outlines of what had happened, layer by layer, in subtle, almost invisible strokes. The next morning, the investigator returned to the building, noticing the faint smell of wet concrete lingering from overnight rain. The lobby was quiet, the usual clatter of mail carts and voices replaced by a muted hush. The elevator tiles were scuffed near the edges, one corner chipped enough to reveal a dark, older layer beneath. He paused, tracing the irregular marks with a fingertip, noting the pattern of where inconsistent with the usual foot traffic. In the basement storage area, boxes had been shifted since the last visit. One large cardboard container, previously stacked neatly, had been moved closer to the wall. Inside, envelopes with pharmacy receipts, delivery slips, and notes were partially scattered. A small, folded piece of paper had been pressed against the side of the box, its edges damp and curling. It bore only a time, 11:43 a.m., and a barely legible signature, written with a shaky hand. A few streets away, the investigator visited a small dry cleaning shop. The air smelled faintly of starch, detergent, and pressed wool. A clerk remembered a man coming in Sunday, requesting urgent cleaning for a suit jacket. He seemed in a hurry, she said softly. Picked it up later the same day. Didn't say much. She pointed to the counter, where a faint ring of moisture remained, slightly smudged, suggesting the jacket had been set down there briefly. Later, at a narrow alley behind the apartment, the investigator noticed a faint streak of dirt along the base of the wall. Kneeling, he found a small fragment of paper, partially torn from a label. Its ink was blurred by dampness, yet a date, Sunday, was still legible. Near it, a thin line of powder trailed toward the street, almost invisible except for the way the light caught it. Inside the apartment, the investigator moved slowly through the rooms. The living room carpet showed faint depressions along a path from the window to the bed, subtle enough that anyone could have overlooked them. On the bedspread, the wrinkle from before seemed more pronounced, as if it had been disturbed again. The notebook lay open, the inked notation Sunday, unsure still smudged, and next to it, a small pen, worn at the tip but placed almost precisely at the edge of the page. In the kitchen, the powder on the counter was examined once more. Its texture was faintly gritty, leaving a trace when brushed lightly with a fingertip. The cabinet beneath the sink, previously noted, revealed an additional detail. A single cloth tucked behind the others, its corner frayed and lightly dusted with the same powder. A faint scent, almost imperceptible but sweet, lingered. Across the street, a small bakery opened its doors, letting in the smell of freshly baked bread and faint yeast. The baker remembered seeing a man carrying a small parcel Sunday morning. He didn't linger, only paused briefly outside to adjust the package before walking toward the apartment building. The baker's description matched that of the previous visitor, the hurried figure who had moved quickly and carefully, as though aware of being observed. Back in the apartment, the balcony revealed a new detail. The feather noted earlier was now accompanied by a small fragment of ceramic dust, barely visible against the tile. The cracked basil pot still leaned slightly, soil displaced, suggesting it had been moved or handled. A faint smear of powder traced along the railing, catching the light in a thin line. The hallway outside was quiet, the faint hum of the building's heating system the only sound. A neighbor mentioned hearing a soft metallic click, like a key or small object dropped, around mid-morning on Sunday. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but it now seemed consistent with the subtle disturbances in the apartment. By evening, the city outside had muted into soft grays and amber from streetlights reflecting on wet pavement. The apartment's interior felt dense with small anomalies. A coffee cup slightly off-center on the coaster, the notebook shifted fractionally, the faint powder residue, the ceramic shard, the feather, the wrinkle on the bedspread. Each detail was ordinary, yet their accumulation hinted at careful, deliberate movement, something almost invisible, yet tangible. The investigator paused in the bedroom, watching dust motes drift in the last rays of light. The apartment settled into quiet, punctuated by the low hum of the refrigerator and the distant ticking of the wall clock. Every object, every smudge, every fragment seemed to whisper a trace of Sunday, a subtle footprint left behind, waiting for patience and attention to reveal the story hidden in ordinary spaces. Outside, the city carried on. Tires hissed on damp asphalt, Footsteps echoed faintly on concrete sidewalks, and distant voices drifted through open windows. Inside, the investigator moved slowly, noting the rhythm of the apartment, tracing the patterns left behind in light, residue, and small shifts. The case remained unresolved, each observation adding a thin, persistent thread, drawing a quiet, intricate map of intrusion and disruption, its full meaning still just beyond reach. The following morning, the investigator decided to retrace the visitor's possible movements beyond the apartment block. The streets were quiet, early enough that only a few delivery vans rumbled past, their engines muted by damp air. A thin mist hung low, clinging to street lamps and forming tiny droplets along the edges of parked cars. On the sidewalk, faint scuff marks from wet shoes traced a meandering path, disappearing around the corner of a building where the sun hadn't yet reached. He stopped at a small convenience store tucked into a narrow side street. The smell of coffee, packaged snacks, and faint bleach from the floor cleaner mixed in the air. The clerk remembered a man who had come in Sunday morning, carrying a small parcel, asking for a pack of clear tape. He didn't linger, paid an exact change, and left quickly, glancing over his shoulder as if confirming no one followed. Behind the counter, a faint impression in the dust suggested the package had been set down momentarily, its edge pressing into the glass surface. Further down the block, a narrow printing shop emitted the smell of ink and toner. A man behind the counter recalled a visitor that same morning requesting a sheet of adhesive labels and a small stack of envelopes. He had left in a hurry, leaving the labels on the counter for the clerk to package. On the floor, near the entrance, a thin line of powder, light and nearly invisible, led from the door toward the corner, as though something had fallen from a bag and been carried along inadvertently. Back in the apartment, the balcony revealed more subtle signs of disturbance. The basil plant's soil had been slightly displaced, and the faint feather observed before now rested atop a fragment of paper, nearly invisible unless one leaned close. The railing bore a smudge of powder, delicate, almost imperceptible, following a small arc as if someone's hand had brushed it lightly. The investigator noted the positions carefully, imagining the movement that could have left such precise traces. In the kitchen, the residue from before seemed to have shifted slightly, perhaps disturbed by the breeze through the window. A small drawer beneath the counter was slightly ajar, its contents, measuring spoons and small utensils, neatly aligned, except for a single teaspoon that had been placed at an unusual angle. On its handle, a faint trace of powder remained, soft to the touch. The hallway outside the apartment carried a faint metallic smell, subtle and easy to miss. The superintendent mentioned noticing a soft thud Sunday afternoon near the service elevator, as if a small object had been dropped and retrieved quickly. Checking the elevator floor, the investigator found a tiny chip of ceramic, white and brittle, consistent in size with the fragment from the balcony pot. In a small park nearby, the grass was wet with dew, and the air smelled faintly of damp leaves and earth. A lone bench bore shallow scratches on its surface. Beneath it, pressed into the soil, lay a small piece of paper, curled and damp. The investigator bent to retrieve it. It was a partial prescription label, the edges frayed, the ink smudged and difficult to read. A thin powder line ran alongside it, almost invisible in the shadow of the bench. Later, in the local laundromat, the investigator examined the man's laundry bag. Clothes were neatly folded, each item in its usual place, yet a faint powder streak appeared along the seam of one sock. The washing machines thumped rhythmically in the background, and the faint scent of detergent mingled with the warm air. A chair at the folding table bore a subtle indentation, as though something had rested there recently, moved in haste. Back at the apartment, evening light filtered through the blinds, casting long, sharp lines across the floor. Dust motes drifted lazily in the beams. The notebook on the nightstand remained open, its inked annotation Sunday, unsure, catching the light. The coffee cup sat slightly off-center on its coaster, the faint lip stained dry and brittle. The balcony fragment, the feather, the powder, the wrinkle in the bedspread, all held a quiet significance that was yet to be understood. Outside, the city had softened into night. Streetlights reflected in puddles on asphalt, distant voices drifted through open windows, and the occasional tire hissed on damp roads. Inside, the apartment was hushed, every small sound. The refrigerator's soft hum, the wall clocks ticking, the faint creak of floorboards, amplifying the subtle irregularities. Each object, smudge, and fragment formed a lattice of minor disturbances, a quiet trail that, if traced patiently, might reveal the unseen movement and intentions that had entered the man's life on that Sunday. The investigator paused, hands lightly resting on the edge of the nightstand, considering the accumulation of small details. The case had not yet revealed itself, but in the precise placement of ordinary objects, the faint traces of powder, the fragments of paper, and the subtle disturbances throughout the apartment and surrounding streets, there was a slow, quiet logic emerging, a pattern that demanded attention, patience, and careful observation before its full meaning could be understood. The following morning, the investigator retraced the route through the city with deliberate slowness, observing details that might otherwise be dismissed. The streets were damp from a light overnight drizzle, the air cool and carrying a faint metallic tang from wet metal railings and drains. The soles of his shoes made soft, squelching sounds on concrete, blending with distant traffic and the low rumble of a streetcar farther down the avenue. He paused outside a small, privately run courier office, tucked between a laundromat and a flower shop. The clerk remembered a man arriving Sunday morning with a narrow, padded envelope and a small parcel, asking that both be delivered without delay. He had left cash on the counter, moving quickly, his coat damp with rain. The clerk had noticed a faint powder residue on the corner of the larger package, brushed off hastily before it was bagged for transport. Continuing down a narrow alley that ran behind the apartment complex, the investigator crouched to examine a drain cover slightly lifted from its usual position. Beneath it, a small fragment of paper, torn from a label, lay pressed against the metal grate. The edges were frayed, and a faint smudge of ink marked a partial number, almost entirely illegible. Nearby, a thin streak of fine powder traced the concrete, subtle in the morning light, as though someone's fingers had brushed across it. In a small corner cafe a block away, the faint aroma of roasted beans mixed with the scent of rain on the pavement outside. The barista remembered seeing a man matching the visitor's description sit briefly, place a small parcel on the table, and leave quickly. He had not ordered coffee or spoken, only glanced at the window and shifted the package with precise, almost careful movements. A coaster bore a faint circular mark, the sort that could be missed entirely if one weren't looking closely. Back at the apartment, the balcony revealed further subtleties. The basil plant soil remained slightly displaced, but a tiny shard of ceramic, previously noted, had a new line of fine powder along one edge, as if disturbed by movement or touch. The feather lay still, but its position relative to the shard now suggested it may have fallen after the pot was shifted. The railing bore faint smudges of residue, delicate and almost invisible, tracing arcs as if brushed by fingers rather than dragged along a surface. In the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread seemed more pronounced, suggesting it had been pressed or folded differently. The notebook lay open, the ink notation Sunday, unsure, faintly smudged at the edges, as if someone had brushed it lightly or handled the page with damp fingers. The pen beside it had shifted fractionally, lying at an unusual angle. Each small irregularity felt deliberate in its quiet way, subtle but cumulative. The kitchen revealed minor disturbances as well. The powder on the counter extended in a thin trail toward the sink, leading past a drawer that had been left slightly ajar. Inside, measuring spoons were aligned neatly except for one, tipped slightly as if lifted and replaced hastily. A faint scent lingered, sweet and dry, almost imperceptible but distinct in contrast to the clean air of the room. At a small, overgrown lot near the apartment complex, the investigator discovered further traces. The grass was damp with dew, and a low concrete wall bore tiny scratches near its edge. Beneath the wall, a fragment of paper partially buried in mud suggested someone had pressed it there deliberately, yet carelessly enough to leave it slightly exposed. Alongside it, a trace of powder caught the light, almost imperceptible, running in a thin, irregular line toward a nearby trash bin. Later, in a quiet laundromat, the investigator examined the man's laundry bag again. Socks and shirts were folded with care, yet one sleeve bore a faint powder trace. On a folding table, a chair showed subtle indentations, as though an object, perhaps small and light, had rested there briefly. The warm, detergent-scented air pressed softly against the skin, an ordinary setting masking the quiet accumulation of small, suggestive clues. As evening settled, light from street lamps reflected off wet asphalt, blending with the soft amber glow of apartment windows. The apartment itself held a hushed weight. The refrigerator hummed, the wall clock ticked, and a faint breeze stirred dust motes lazily across the floor. Each object, the pill organizer, notebook, coffee cup, balcony shard, feather, wrinkle in the bedspread, seemed to hold its own quiet story. The investigator moved slowly, hands lightly brushing surfaces, noting angles, smudges, and residues. Outside, the city murmured along its usual rhythms, indifferent to the subtle disturbances inside the apartment. Inside, the case continued to unfold in small, meticulous increments. A trail of powder, a fragment of paper, a shifted object, a smudge, a wrinkle. Each detail quietly layered upon the last, forming a lattice of observation, waiting for patient attention to illuminate the unseen patterns of that Sunday, when something small, deliberate, and nearly invisible had passed through the man's life. Early the next morning, the investigator moved through the quiet streets toward the small antique shop on the corner of the block. The windows were fogged slightly from the morning chill, and the faint smell of polished wood mixed with old paper lingered in the air. Inside, the shop smelled of varnish and leather bindings, and the soft creak of floorboards underfoot punctuated the stillness. The proprietor recalled seeing a man Sunday morning, carrying a small parcel wrapped in plain brown paper, pausing briefly to glance at a display of old metal boxes before leaving. A narrow drawer beneath the counter bore a small scuff along its edge, faint and easy to miss. A thin smudge of powder lingered in the corner of the drawer's interior, light enough to blend with dust, but visible in the morning light that fell through the front window. The investigator ran a fingertip lightly along the mark, noting its texture, dry, almost sandy, but with a faint, sweet aroma that reminded him of flour or powdered sugar. Outside, the alley behind the shop revealed other small irregularities. A discarded bottle cap rested against the curb, its underside coated with a fine layer of dust matching the powder from the apartment. A faint streak on the brick wall above suggested that someone had pressed or brushed against it, leaving an almost imperceptible trace. The investigator crouched, noting the angle and direction of the streak, imagining the movement necessary to leave it there. Later, at a small parking garage several blocks away, a security guard mentioned hearing a faint metallic click late Sunday morning. The sound had seemed insignificant at the time, but now it felt connected to the tiny, scattered traces, powder, paper fragments, smudges, documented at the apartment and along the streets. A low, flickering fluorescent light cast long shadows across the garage floor, highlighting a shallow indentation near the curb where a car door had scraped. The investigator photographed it carefully, noting the irregularity in the otherwise uniform concrete. Back at the apartment, the balcony offered further subtleties. The basil plant soil remained slightly disturbed, and the small shard of ceramic now bore a tiny chip along its edge, fresh and barely noticeable. The feather lay atop the shard as before, but a faint, nearly invisible line of powder ran along the balcony floor toward the railing. The investigator crouched, brushing a fingertip along the line, careful not to disturb it, noting its irregular direction. In the kitchen, he examined the countertop again. The powder trailed in a thin arc, leading past a slightly ajar cabinet door. Inside, measuring spoons were neatly aligned, except for a single teaspoon resting at a sharp angle. On its handle, a faint residue mirrored the powder on the counter. A small note tucked behind a jar of sugar, almost hidden, bore a hastily scribbled time, 11:41 a.m., nearly matching other observations from deliveries and sightings across the neighborhood. A short walk brought the investigator to a small playground behind the apartment. The wood of the swing set was damp from dew, and the faint smell of wet grass mingled with the faint scent of the city. Beneath a bench, he discovered a fragment of paper, torn and dirty, pressed into the soil. The edges were frayed, and a partial number written in ink was still legible. Near it, a line of powder stretched a short distance toward the swings, faint but consistent with traces noted earlier. Returning to the apartment in the late afternoon, sunlight filtered through blinds at an angle, illuminating dust motes drifting lazily in the air. The notebook on the nightstand lay open, the inked annotation Sunday, unsure, still faintly smudged, edges worn. The coffee cup remained slightly off-center on its coaster, the lip stain dry. Each object, the pill organizer, the wrinkle in the bedspread, the feather, the ceramic shard, the powder traces, the small fragments of paper, was ordinary in isolation, but together they formed a lattice of subtle anomalies. The hallway outside was quiet, only faint footsteps from neighbors echoing occasionally. The faint metallic scent lingered, mixing with the aroma of damp carpet and cleaning solution. The investigator moved slowly, documenting, touching lightly, observing. Every small disturbance, an indentation in the carpet, a tiny scuff on a drawer, a smear along a railing, felt deliberate, quiet, yet impossible to ignore. As night fell, the city's sounds softened. Distant tires hissed on wet asphalt. Low voices drifted from open windows. The occasional dog barked in a far alley. Inside, the apartment was hushed. The refrigerator hummed, The wall clock ticked, and a gentle breeze shifted the dust motes across the floor. The investigator stood in the center of the living room, noting the accumulation of quiet, almost imperceptible traces. The case had not revealed itself, but the subtle logic of movement, timing, and touch continued to emerge, layer by layer, in spaces ordinary enough to escape notice, yet meticulous enough to leave a trail for patient observation. The next morning, the investigator moved slowly through the city streets, noting the way early sunlight glinted off rain-slicked asphalt and reflected in shallow puddles. A faint scent of wet asphalt and crushed leaves lingered in the air. He paused at a small, rarely used courtyard between two brick apartment blocks. The ground was uneven, littered with tiny fragments of paper and a single, nearly invisible line of powder that ran along the edge of a raised concrete planter. A small tuft of grass had been pressed flat, as if something light had rested there, leaving an indentation. He entered a narrow, dimly lit antique shop that smelled of varnish, old paper, and dust. Behind the counter, the proprietor remembered a man arriving Sunday morning with a small parcel, examining several glass jars before leaving quickly. A faint smear on the counter suggested the envelope had been pressed briefly before being taken. The investigator crouched, running a fingertip along the smudge. It felt dry, soft, almost flowery, and a subtle sweet scent lingered, like powdered sugar. From there, he walked to a small, nearly forgotten subway entrance tucked between buildings. The steps were wet, faintly slick with residual rain. On the lower landing, a scrap of paper pressed into a corner caught his eye, its edges curled and darkened by moisture. Ink markings were faint, partially erased, yet he could discern numbers and letters that seemed to mirror those on fragments found at the apartment and along the streets. Near it, a tiny trace of powder, barely visible, followed a thin, erratic line along the concrete edge. Later, in a laundromat across town, the hum of machines and faint smell of detergent provided an ordinary backdrop. He examined a chair at the folding table, noting subtle indentations suggesting something small and light had rested there briefly. Among neatly folded laundry, a single sock bore a thin streak of powder, matching the residue seen previously on countertops and packages. He set it aside carefully, documenting its position, mindful of the pattern of quiet disturbances accumulating. Back at the apartment, the balcony revealed new irregularities. The basil plant remained slightly dislodged, and the shard of ceramic, previously chipped, now bore a faint new crack along the edge. The feather rested atop it, a fine line of powder tracing from the shard toward the railing. He leaned close, noting how small, precise movements could account for the arc, imagining fingers brushing delicately across surfaces without disturbing other objects. In the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread seemed subtly shifted, as though pressed from one side. The notebook lay open, inked notation Sunday, unsure, faintly smudged, edges frayed. The pen beside it was at an unusual angle, slightly rotated from its prior position. Each small anomaly suggested deliberate handling, subtle, patient, almost imperceptible. The kitchen offered minor but telling details. Powder trailed in an arc across the counter, leading past a slightly ajar cabinet door. Inside, measuring spoons were neatly aligned except for a single teaspoon resting at an angle, its handle dusted lightly with residue. A small folded note tucked behind a jar of sugar bore a hastily written time, 11:42 a.m., aligning with other observed deliveries and visits. A small playground near the apartment revealed more. The swings were wet with morning dew. Faint scratches marked the edge of a bench, and beneath it, pressed into the damp soil, a torn piece of paper matched other fragments discovered over the last days. A line of powder ran alongside it, subtle, faint, yet consistent with the trajectory suggested by previous traces. By late afternoon, the apartment held a dense quiet. Light from the blinds traced narrow lines across the floor, dust motes drifting lazily in the air. The pill organizer, coffee cup, notebook, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and traces of powder together formed a lattice of small, deliberate disruptions. Outside, the city softened into evening. Streetlights reflected off wet asphalt. Distant voices drifted faintly through open windows. Tires hissed softly on damp roads. Inside, the refrigerator hummed. The wall clock ticked. The breeze stirred dust motes across the floor. The investigator moved carefully, touching lightly, observing, tracing the accumulation of subtle anomalies. Each smudge, fragment, streak, and crease formed a quiet, persistent pattern, hinting at careful, almost invisible movements through the man's life that Sunday. The story remained unfinished, suspended in the accumulation of quiet, meticulous traces, awaiting patient observation to reveal its hidden logic. Late morning, the investigator returned to a section of the neighborhood he had not yet explored. The narrow streets were still damp from overnight drizzle, with faint puddles reflecting the muted gray of early clouds. The scent of wet brick and damp earth lingered, mixed with the faint aroma of a nearby bakery just opening its doors. On a low stone wall bordering a small, neglected garden, he noticed a thin line of light powder tracing along the top edge, nearly invisible unless the eye caught it at the right angle. A tiny tuft of grass beneath it was pressed flat, as if something light had rested there briefly. He stopped at a small hardware store tucked into a corner. Inside, the air smelled of sawdust and oil, mixed with the faint tang of metal. The proprietor remembered a man arriving Sunday morning carrying a small parcel, looking at a selection of small locks before leaving quickly. A faint smear of powder clung to the corner of the counter where the package had rested, dry and almost imperceptible. A small metal key, brushed against the surface, had left a shallow impression in the dust. A few blocks away, the investigator paused at an empty bus shelter. The bench was damp with dew, and a fragment of paper pressed into the concrete beneath it caught his attention. The edges were frayed, the ink smudged and faint, but a partial number was still visible. Near it, a faint streak of powder ran along the edge of the shelter's support pole, subtle enough to be missed entirely without careful inspection. Back at the apartment, the balcony revealed further subtle changes. The basil plant remained slightly displaced, and the shard of ceramic now bore a faint new chip along its edge. The feather rested atop it, and a fine line of powder traced from the shard toward the railing. The investigator bent low, observing the arc, imagining the careful, almost imperceptible movement that could have left such delicate traces. In the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread appeared slightly altered from the previous observation, suggesting it had been pressed or shifted again. The notebook lay open, inked notation Sunday, unsure, still smudged, the edges faintly frayed. The pen beside it had shifted marginally from its previous placement. Each object, in isolation, seemed ordinary, but together they formed a series of subtle anomalies. The kitchen held more small disturbances. Powder trailed in a narrow line across the counter, leading past a slightly ajar cabinet. Inside, Measuring spoons were neatly aligned except for 1 teaspoon, tipped at a sharp angle and lightly dusted with residue. A small folded note tucked behind a jar of sugar bore a hastily written time, 11:43 a.m., matching other observed patterns of deliveries and movements in the neighborhood. Later, the investigator moved through a narrow public walkway that ran between apartment buildings. The bricks were damp, the air faintly cool and earthy. A thin streak of powder followed the line of the walkway toward a small patch of grass, where a fragment of paper lay pressed into the soil. The edges were torn, ink blurred, but partial numbers and letters were legible, consistent with fragments found elsewhere. Returning to the apartment in the late afternoon, sunlight slanted through the blinds, illuminating dust motes drifting lazily in the air. The living room held a quiet weight. The pill organizer, coffee cup, notebook, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and faint traces of powder together formed a lattice of small, deliberate disruptions. The hallway outside remained quiet, the faint metallic scent still in the air, blending with the aroma of damp carpet and cleaning solution. The investigator moved slowly, documenting, touching lightly, observing. Each small disturbance, an indentation in the carpet, a smudge along the railing, a fragment of paper, seemed deliberate, quiet, yet cumulative, forming a subtle but persistent trail. As evening fell, the city softened, streetlights reflected on wet asphalt, distant voices drifted faintly through open windows, tires hissed softly on damp roads. Inside, the refrigerator hummed, the wall clock ticked, a gentle breeze stirred dust motes across the floor. The investigator stood in the center of the apartment, noting the accumulation of quiet, almost imperceptible traces. The case remained unresolved, yet each observation, the shifted objects, smudges, powder traces, paper fragments, layered together, revealing a slow, meticulous pattern. Patience and attention might one day illuminate the careful, deliberate movements that had passed through the man's life that Sunday. But for now, the story persisted in small, quiet anomalies, each one a whisper of something almost invisible. Late that afternoon, the investigator wandered through a quieter section of the neighborhood he hadn't yet examined. Narrow streets wound between older brick buildings, and the faint smell of damp stone and moss lingered in the air. A stray newspaper, soaked and pressed flat by rain, stuck partially under a curb. Along its edges, a fine line of powder ran almost imperceptibly, following the contour of the street as if brushed there by a passing hand. He stopped at a small stationery shop tucked between a cafe and a laundromat. The bell above the door jingled faintly as he entered, and the air smelled faintly of paper and ink. The proprietor recalled a man arriving Sunday morning with a small envelope and a wrapped package. He lingered only a moment, examining a selection of labels before paying with exact change and leaving quickly. On the counter, a faint, dry smudge clung to the corner where the envelope had rested, almost invisible unless touched by light at a certain angle. A few streets away, he entered a narrow community garden surrounded by low wrought iron fencing. The soil was damp from recent rain, and the air carried the subtle scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. A small stone path showed signs of disturbance. One flagstone was slightly lifted, as if a weight had been pressed against it and removed. Near it, a fragment of paper lay partially buried under leaves. Ink had bled with moisture, but a partial number remained legible, consistent with other fragments recovered elsewhere. A thin line of powder trailed along the edge of the path, almost imperceptible, as though it had been brushed off a hand or object. Returning to the apartment in the early evening, the investigator paused on the balcony, observing the faint light casting long shadows across the floor. The basil plant soil was still slightly displaced, and the shard of ceramic now bore a barely perceptible chip along its edge. The feather rested atop the shard, and a faint, sinuous line of powder traced from it toward the railing. He leaned close, tracing the delicate arc with a fingertip, careful not to disturb the placement. In the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread seemed slightly altered again, as if pressed from a different angle. The notebook lay open, inked notation Sunday, unsure, faintly smudged, edges frayed. The pen beside it had rotated slightly from the previous observation, now lying almost perpendicular to its former position. Each subtle irregularity suggested careful handling, quiet and deliberate. In the kitchen, the powder trail extended across the counter and led past a cabinet that was slightly ajar. Inside, measuring spoons were neatly aligned except for a single teaspoon resting at an unusual angle, lightly dusted with residue. Behind a jar of sugar, a small folded note bore the time 11:44 a.m., matching other patterns of deliveries and movements. A faint scent lingered, sweet and dry, nearly imperceptible, adding to the sense of meticulous, hidden activity. Later, he walked through a narrow alley behind the apartment, where walls glistened with moisture. A faint metallic smell hung in the air. A small, shallow indentation in the concrete suggested something light had been placed and removed. Near it, another fragment of paper, damp and curled at the edges, lay pressed against the wall. A fine streak of powder traced from the fragment toward a nearby storm drain, subtle and delicate. By dusk, the apartment was quiet, bathed in amber light from the street lamps outside. Dust motes drifted slowly through the slanted beams of light, moving in the gentle, almost imperceptible draft from the slightly open window. The pill organizer, notebook, coffee cup, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and faint powder traces formed a lattice of anomalies. The accumulation of subtle, deliberate disruptions hinted at a precise, almost invisible choreography. Outside, the city had softened. Tires hissed softly on damp asphalt. Voices carried faintly from distant windows, and a dog barked far away. Inside, the refrigerator hummed steadily, the wall clock ticked, and dust motes drifted across floors and surfaces. The investigator moved slowly, observing each smudge, shift, and fragment, tracing the invisible paths left behind. Each tiny, ordinary object, touched, displaced, marked, added to the quiet logic of that Sunday, a sequence of meticulous acts still waiting to reveal their meaning. The following morning, he walked along a narrow street lined with shuttered shops, the air carrying the damp, earthy scent of overnight rain. Puddles reflected the muted light of the overcast sky, and small, dark leaves clung to the edges of the sidewalks. A stray paper wrapper stuck momentarily to the sole of his shoe as he paused near a small alley, noticing a subtle streak of powder along the edge of a drainpipe, almost invisible unless the light struck it just so. A few blocks away, he entered a small flower shop. The scent of fresh soil and cut blooms filled the air, mingling with the faint perfume of wilted roses near the back. The florist recalled a visitor Sunday morning, carrying a small parcel, examining the display of tiny potted herbs, lingering only long enough to glance at the price tags before leaving. On the counter, a slight depression in the dust suggested where the package had briefly rested. A faint smudge, barely perceptible, traced the outline of its edge. He continued to a quiet public library tucked behind the street. The faint must of old paper and varnished wood filled the air. On the floor near a low table, a small, damp fragment of paper rested partially under a chair leg. The edges were frayed, ink blurred, yet partial numbers were legible. A fine line of powder trailed from it toward the bookshelves, subtle, almost imperceptible, suggesting that something light had brushed across the surface. Back at the apartment, the balcony revealed the basil plant soil further disturbed, and the ceramic shard bore a delicate new crack along its edge. The feather rested atop it, and a nearly invisible line of powder extended toward the railing. The investigator leaned close, imagining the subtle, careful movement that could have placed it so precisely, brushing the surface without disturbing the surroundings. In the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread had shifted slightly again, edges smoothed where they had been lifted before. The notebook lay open, the notation Sunday, unsure, smudged at the edges, the pen beside it now tilted slightly in another direction. Each detail, minute in isolation, suggested deliberate handling, a careful choreography of ordinary objects. In the kitchen, powder trailed across the counter, leading past the slightly open cabinet. Inside, the measuring spoons remained aligned except for a single teaspoon, tipped at a sharp angle and lightly dusted with residue. Behind a jar of sugar, a folded note showed 11:45 a.m., matching other observed deliveries and movements. A faint sweetness lingered in the air, nearly imperceptible but consistent with the previous traces. Later, he moved through a small, overgrown community lot behind the apartment. The soil was damp, the faint smell of decaying leaves and wet grass heavy in the air. A low concrete wall bore subtle scratches, and beneath it, a fragment of paper pressed into the mud appeared almost deliberately placed. Alongside it, a thin streak of powder extended toward a discarded cardboard box, the line erratic yet deliberate in its path. As dusk approached, the apartment was bathed in muted amber light from the street lamps outside. Dust motes drifted slowly in the narrow beams of light. The living room felt heavy with quiet. The pill organizer, coffee cup, notebook, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and faint powder traces created a lattice of anomalies. Each small object and trace seemed ordinary, yet together they formed a pattern of subtle disturbances. Outside, the city had softened. Distant tires hissed on wet asphalt. Voices floated faintly through open windows, and the occasional dog barked far away. Inside, the refrigerator hummed, the wall clock ticked, and a gentle breeze stirred dust motes across surfaces. The investigator moved carefully, documenting, observing, tracing each trace and fragment. Every small disturbance, smudge, shifted object, powder line, torn paper, accumulated, revealing a slow, meticulous logic that had unfolded over Sunday, a quiet choreography still waiting to be fully understood. The next morning, he made his way toward a small, seldom-used corner cafe, the air still damp from overnight drizzle. The narrow street leading to it smelled faintly of wet asphalt and bread from a nearby bakery just opening its doors. The cafe's windows were streaked with condensation, blurring the dim light inside. He noticed a thin line of powder along the edge of the doorway, almost invisible except for the subtle way it caught the morning light. Inside, the faint warmth and scent of roasted coffee beans enveloped him. The barista remembered a man arriving briefly on Sunday morning, carrying a small, tightly wrapped parcel. He had not ordered anything, simply rested the package on the counter, adjusted it slightly, and left quickly. A faint circular mark remained on the polished wooden surface where the parcel had been pressed, almost blending with the wood's grain. From there, he wandered toward a narrow footbridge spanning a shallow, rain-swollen canal. The steel rails were damp, and the faint scent of algae and wet stone hung in the air. On the bridge's edge, he spotted a fragment of paper lodged between two planks. The ink had blurred with moisture, but numbers were faintly legible. A thin streak of powder followed the grain of the wood toward the canal wall, delicate and easily overlooked. Later, he moved through a small, overgrown park tucked between apartment blocks. Fallen leaves pressed into the damp soil, and the faint smell of wet earth mingled with decaying foliage. A low stone bench bore faint scratches along its side, while beneath it a torn piece of paper had been partially buried by the wind or footsteps. Near the fragment, a faint powder line ran toward a trash bin, curving gently around tufts of flattened grass. Returning to the apartment, he paused on the balcony, observing the faint amber light of the setting sun on the buildings opposite. The basil plant remained slightly disturbed, the soil uneven where it had been pressed. The ceramic shard rested on the floor, now bearing a barely perceptible new chip. The feather lay atop it, and a fine powder line traced toward the railing, irregular yet deliberate. He bent close, noting the subtleties of angle, weight, and touch necessary to create such a trace. Inside the bedroom, the bedspread's wrinkle had shifted slightly again, edges softened where it had been pressed. The notebook lay open, the annotation Sunday, unsure, smudged further at the edges, the pen beside it now leaning almost diagonally across the page. Each subtle change suggested deliberate handling, patient and quiet, a choreography of small, ordinary objects. In the kitchen, the powder trail extended across the counter toward the slightly ajar cabinet. Inside, measuring spoons were aligned precisely except for a single teaspoon, tipped and lightly dusted. Behind a jar of sugar, a folded note indicated 11:46 a.m., consistent with other traces and observed deliveries. A faint sweet scent, nearly imperceptible, lingered in the warm air. As night approached, he explored a quiet alley behind the building. Damp walls and the faint metallic smell of rain on concrete filled the space. A shallow indentation in the ground suggested a light object had been placed and removed. Nearby, a fragment of paper lay pressed against the wall, partially obscured by debris. A delicate line of powder extended from it toward a storm drain, subtle and deliberate. Back inside, the apartment was hushed. Dust motes drifted lazily in the slanted beams of light from the street lamps. The pill organizer, notebook, coffee cup, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and powder traces collectively formed a lattice of small, quiet anomalies. Each smudge, fragment, and shifted object added to a pattern of subtle disturbances, small yet deliberate, that slowly revealed the hidden movements and choices of that Sunday. The city outside had softened. Distant tires hissed on wet asphalt. Faint voices drifted through open windows, and a dog barked somewhere far away. Inside, the refrigerator hummed steadily, the wall clock ticked, and the gentle draft stirred dust motes across surfaces. The investigator moved slowly, observing, documenting, tracing each fragment and trace. Every subtle irregularity, the smudges, paper fragments, powder lines, and shifted objects, layered together, forming a quiet, meticulous logic that had unfolded in near invisible increments, still waiting to be fully understood. Early the next morning, he wandered along the narrow back streets behind the apartment building. The air was cool and damp, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and decaying leaves. A narrow drainage channel along the curb caught his eye, a faint powder residue traced along its edge, thin and almost invisible. A flattened piece of newspaper pressed into the channel had absorbed some of the moisture, leaving ink marks partially legible. He crouched to examine it, brushing lightly with a fingertip to avoid disturbing the delicate line of powder. He turned toward a small, rarely used parking lot behind a row of low apartment blocks. The asphalt was mottled with damp patches, and small, shallow depressions suggested tires had rested for a moment longer than usual in one spot. Near one of the depressions, a fragment of paper lay partially folded, edges frayed, ink smudged, but the shape of a few digits remained discernible. A thin streak of powder led from the fragment toward the back gate, subtle enough to go unnoticed by anyone not looking carefully. Later, he entered a tiny corner convenience store. The faint scent of old cardboard, cleaning solution, and stale coffee hung in the air. The clerk remembered a man coming in briefly Sunday morning, holding a small parcel and scanning the shelves for something specific, though he did not purchase anything. On the counter, a slight smudge suggested where the package had rested. Behind a jar of candy, he spotted a tiny fragment of paper, partially hidden, with a faint line of powder leading away along the shelf edge. By mid-afternoon, he returned to the apartment balcony. The basil plant soil was further disturbed, the ceramic shard now showing a new hairline crack along the corner. The feather lay atop it, and a faint, twisting line of powder extended toward the railing. He bent low, examining the pattern of displacement, imagining the deliberate and careful movement that could leave such subtle traces without disturbing anything else nearby. Inside the bedroom, the wrinkle in the bedspread had shifted slightly again. The notebook lay open, the ink notation Sunday, unsure, blurred at the edges. The pen beside it rotated slightly from its prior position. Each subtle detail suggested careful handling, movements precise and almost imperceptible, deliberate but hidden within ordinary routines. The kitchen held minor irregularities as well. The powder trail across the counter led past the slightly ajar cabinet. Measuring spoons were aligned as before, except for a single teaspoon tipped at a sharp angle and lightly dusted. A folded note behind a jar of sugar bore the time 11:47 a.m., consistent with other observations. A faintly sweet, dry scent lingered, almost imperceptible, but adding to the sense of meticulous activity. Later, he explored a small footbridge over a narrow canal, the steel rails slick with dew. A fragment of paper, edges damp and curled, rested against one plank. A thin streak of powder followed the grain of the wood, curving toward the far railing. He traced the line with his gaze, imagining the care it must have taken to leave such a delicate path intact. Back inside, the apartment held a hushed wait. Dust motes drifted lazily through slanted beams of late afternoon light. The pill organizer, notebook, coffee cup, feather, ceramic shard, wrinkle in the bedspread, and powder traces collectively formed a lattice of small anomalies. Each ordinary object, touched and displaced subtly, contributed to a quiet, persistent pattern. Outside, the city had softened. Distant tires hissed on damp asphalt. Faint voices drifted through open windows, and a dog barked far away. Inside, the refrigerator hummed steadily, the wall clock ticked, and a gentle draft stirred dust motes across surfaces. The investigator moved carefully, observing and documenting. Each trace, smudge, shifted object, and fragment added to a slowly emerging logic, a quiet, meticulous sequence that had unfolded almost invisibly over Sunday, still waiting to reveal its full meaning. Days later, the investigator returned to the apartment one final time, moving slowly through the rooms, retracing the quiet trail of small anomalies. Light from the late afternoon sun slanted across the floor, illuminating dust motes drifting lazily. He lingered over the pill organizer, noting again how Sunday's compartment had contained the substitute capsules, identical in appearance but far lighter. His fingers brushed over the notebook. The repeated smudges and careful handwriting now seemed less random and more deliberate. He thought back to the fragments of paper found in the alley, under the bench, and along the canal, numbers and letters that had initially seemed disconnected. Sitting quietly with them, he realized they corresponded to scheduled deliveries and reminders in the man's life. Faint notes he had made for himself, but misplaced in small, inconspicuous ways. The timing, 11:42 a.m., 11:43, 11:44, 11:45. They aligned with a routine that had been disrupted just enough to allow for the pill swap. The feather and the ceramic shard, the wrinkle in the bedspread, the faint lines of powder, each became clearer in purpose. They were traces of subtle movement, a careful hand shifting objects to hide evidence of the substitution. Not aggression, not malice, but precision born of familiarity and caution. The man's caregiver, someone with intimate access and knowledge of his routines, had tested the capsules, replacing one day's dose with a harmless substitute to observe whether he would notice, whether he had been taking his medication consistently. The investigator retraced the route through the city streets, cafes, the flower shop, the bridge over the canal, the park, the laundromat. Each location reflected the pattern of small errands, brief stops, and light touches, the path of someone who knew him well, who moved quietly but deliberately, leaving minimal disturbances, just enough to leave subtle clues if examined carefully. Sitting on the balcony, he observed the apartment from above, the late sun warming the brick and pavement. The ceramic shard, the powder, the notebook, all now fit together like pieces of a puzzle. The realization settled quietly. The incident was not a random act, nor a malicious intrusion, but a carefully measured test by someone entrusted with the man's care. A check of prescription logs, delivery receipts, and brief interviews confirmed the pattern. Nothing harmful had been done. The lighter capsules were simply substitutes, intended to ensure adherence without causing alarm. Inside, the apartment felt calm, ordinary again. The notebook lay closed, the wrinkle in the bedspread smooth, the feather resting where it had been moved to observe, not to threaten. The powder traces, the tiny fragments of paper, the subtle disruptions, they had all been pieces of a quiet experiment, a meticulous, if unconventional, attempt to safeguard someone's well-being. The investigator leaned back, letting the sun's warmth seep through the window. There was no drama, no confrontation, only understanding. The city outside carried on softly. Distant tires hissed on wet asphalt. Voices floated faintly through open windows. A dog barked far away. Inside, the refrigerator hummed, the wall clock ticked, and dust motes drifted slowly through the air. Everything aligned, every small clue, every faint trace of movement, every tiny disruption, quietly, methodically, deliberately, revealed a singular truth. The man's life had been monitored not for harm, but for care, each subtle act a testament to someone's careful attention. The case resolved itself in the slow accumulation of small realizations, a quiet lattice of observation and reflection, leaving the apartment and the investigator with a sense of closure that was calm, complete, and quietly satisfying.